Council, I will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is December 15th, 2020 at 4:30 p.m. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton.
Here.
Thank you. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Byrne.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
only change the agenda this evening is that we're adding an additional item to executive session, which is 74-2061A. Other than that, I move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion and the agenda is agreed to. Next item is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I move that we adopt the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and for the clerk to attest.
Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will go into department commission reports. And our first item up, item 11, is the city clerk FY 2021 budget amendment. I will turn this over to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, before you tonight is a budget amendment in the amount of $885 to purchase electronic equipment, which will allow my office to digitally transmit and display agendas and other legal notices at City Hall. The challenges of this last year have proved the upgrade to be necessary in order to meet the requirements set forth by Idaho Code, while increasing efficiencies by allowing the postings to be done from anywhere a member of my staff has internet access. The request includes the hardware and software necessary to achieve this goal.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Council, any questions from Mr. Johnson on this request?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
just curious where this will be located at City Hall.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, if you are approaching City Hall and seeing the front atrium, it is on the far left window adjacent to where the bulletin board is now. It'll actually be placed in that window area, so it won't block the view of City Hall. It'll just be one panel taken up by the television.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Chris, did I hear you right? Did you say it was for 850 or did I mishear you?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, 885.
Mr. Mayor, unless there's any other questions, I'm happy to make a motion.
I see no one speaking, so go ahead, Mr. Cavanagh.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the budget amendment, fiscal year 2021 budget amendment for $885 for the clerk's department for the purchase and installation of wireless digital display.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendment in the amount of $885. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
You're muted, Mr. Borton.
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Byrne.
All ayes, motion carries, and the budget amendment is agreed to. Mr. Neri, is it a conflict of interest to have the clerk do his own roll call and his own amendment?
I think it's okay.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, next item up is from the mayor's office, which is it says adoption of the 21-25 strategic plan focus areas and goals. Honestly, I don't think we're going to do an adoption this evening. I think it's a presentation with the intention to bring this back next week for a resolution. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Kuntz, who you all heard from last week when I wasn't here, and it's a kind of a continuation, but a brand new process. So Vincent?
I guess the question is first, can you hear me? Okay. Well, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I got used to, Treg being there last week. So I'm here to discuss the 2021 to 2025 strategic plan, focus areas, and goals adoption or discussion for tonight. I sent to you the strategic plan, focus areas, and goals for reference on Monday. I apologize those didn't go out in the agenda. Unfortunately, I was out on Thursday and Friday, just miscommunication on that. So this should be very familiar to you because you have seen it and it has not changed since the last time you saw the focus areas and goals. It just looks a little bit prettier, looks a little bit more dressed up, and it's in its current form. So as a follow-up from our previous discussion, I'll share with you our community and partner feedback to support adopting our strategic plan. I will share with you how our focus areas resonated with the community via the Nextdoor survey that we sent out in our town hall. Why we should feel comfortable with these focus areas and goals by adopting them, and then what work the plan entails after council adopts the plan. So again, we're kind of getting close to the finish line on this. I wanted to provide you with, kind of where we've gone, where we've got to, what we've heard, and why these focus areas make sense to adopt by council and by leadership. So stakeholder feedback. As part of the strategic plan development, we needed to get feedback from our partners in the community. We didn't do this with our previous strategic plan, so that was one of the changes that we decided to make with this new one. We did this in order to form partnerships, introduce our high-level focus areas and goals, and look for opportunities to collaborate. We spoke to Ada County, West Ada School District, Meridian Development Corporation, the Meridian Downtown Business Association, and the Meridian Library District. And we heard our plans share many common themes. Our partners are eager to collaborate where possible, and they're excited about being included in the process this time around. And they plan on engaging with staff as initiatives and action items are developed in the next phase. The community feedback. Community input has helped shape the focus areas and goals in the plan. And indeed, our community survey is important to that. We found this information in a variety of ways and validated the strategic plan throughout several methods. The citizen survey is first and foremost. Our community's input forms how we ultimately are measured by. And we heard about citizen concerns on roads, school, and growth. During the comprehensive plan outreach, we spent over a year gaining feedback from our community, and we heard about growth, identity, the desire for a vibrant community, and of course, an evolving community. And elected officials that were elected during the last cycle, we heard about transportation, growth, public safety, and taxes. During our town hall in October, we had over 600 citizens participate in our virtual town hall regarding the strategic plan and citizen survey. Some of those people participated in polling, and we didn't have a lot of participation in that because I believe it was the ones that were on the Zoom call. So I won't talk about that because there wasn't a lot of information. But we engaged and we asked our community how the strategic plan resonated with them through a Nextdoor survey that we sent out and listed for 2 weeks. So I'll share with you some of the results from that on the next slide. So we asked, how did our strategic plan focus areas resonate with our community? All of them received a score of at least 7 out of 10 or higher on our Nextdoor survey that ran for over 2 weeks. Responsible growth scored a little bit lower at 7 out of 10, but this topic is something that many people have a strong opinion on. And I think that was reflected in the community survey as well. Public health and safety scored highest, not surprising given our pandemic and our community support of public safety personnel. We did our homework in developing this plan by listening to our citizens, our partners, and our leadership, which gives me confidence that this strategic plan is a community-focused plan. And this strategic plan represents almost a year of work to create high-level focus areas and actionable goals for our community. After that work, collaboration, and engagement, we're now at a point where we have a strategic plan that we can feel comfortable with. You as council have been involved from the beginning in this process on purpose, because that was a lesson learned from last time from the previous strategic plan. We want to make sure our leadership, mayor, council, directors, and personnel in the departments have a clear direction on where we're going. And so we're all on the same page as an organization and as a community. Our community engagement confirms that these are the right priorities for our community over the next 5 years. By adopting this strategic plan's focus areas and goals, we are confirming the direction for our city and starting the work on this plan. So I hope we can get it over the finish line and start doing the work of action in this plan. So what actions needed? Well, to move forward, I will want council to adopt this plan. The focus areas and goals were developed through a consensus from our leadership. It also will, by adopting, will give our departments a clear direction on the goals and the focus areas for our community, and it'll give them the flexibility to create plans for initiatives, actions, and work. In the future state, we'll be developing key initiatives and actions to support the adopted focus areas and goals. As referenced last week, we will also evaluate initiatives from our previous strategic plan that were not completed for relevance in the new work plan. We will be developing key performance indicators with departments to measure success of the initiatives and relating them back to the goals. I will work with City Council to develop council-specific initiatives. I know you've expressed interest on legislative engagement, housing affordability, growth, and other policy issues. And then we'll have regular reporting on departmental reports, budget requests, and updates. I will provide council updates on the plan at a high level. We'll also be launching a public-facing dashboard to show progress to our community and provide our leadership and our staff the plan in order to ensure accountability. It's taken a lot of time to get here, and I thank you as council and for your leadership, your input, your expertise on this. And it's taken a lot of time, but we've done it the right way. We've gone through the right steps to get to this point, and we're ready to get to work on the future state. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Vincent. Council, if I could just take a brief moment and say, as someone that was involved in the hands-on level, the creation of the last strategic plan and saw the good parts and the bad parts, and the challenges and the successes, I hope that you've enjoyed the creation of this plan, which is different, even in the how it was developed, where it is in the development stage. The details are still to be worked out, but we really want to get working on those with the departments over. My goal is hopefully by the end of March that we can have many initiatives laid out for what this looks like in the future. But we're happy to take any feedback or comments or questions. And if, depending upon where this goes, we'd love to bring back a resolution next week to adopt this. And we will have a nice, pretty document that we plan on putting up on the website as well, which captures some of the what's occurred in this, much like we did last time. So any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree so much with what you had to say. And Vincent, I appreciate your great work on really improving both the process and the intent behind this plan. You touched on something that I wasn't aware of that I appreciate you sharing, which was about your level of community engagement, both our citizens and in groups. And I noticed when you were going over the groups, that I guess with the exception of the Downtown Business Association, the only other groups that we engaged were governmental or quasi-governmental agencies. And I'm curious, because of the value that it sounds like that you found from engaging these groups, if there's an opportunity to maybe engage a few more folks in the private sector around what we're intending to do. I think that we could gain a lot from their feedback, perspective, and buy-in. And I know that we're trying to kind of bring this project here to the finish line. But just because you said it was so beneficial, I don't know if that's something that you discussed or evaluated, or if there's an opportunity to re-engage before formulating a final plan.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Cavanagh, I did omit the fact that I did talk to the Meridian Chamber on that. So I did speak with Meridian Chamber. You know, that was kind of my list of engagement personnel because they probably had the most direct impact or influence or collaboration that we'd have on some of those things. I think that's a valid point. You know, I think it's possible to engage on the individual initiatives that come up under those. And by all means, you know, sharing our adopted focus areas and goals with other businesses is probably beneficial. But I do believe, you know, the engagement is going to continue as we develop with the departments, the strategic initiatives and action items and tactics. And so I don't think that the engagement will stop, but I also don't know if it would change anything with the plan based on what we've heard, because I did take input from what we heard from the comprehensive plan. The business community was involved with that at that point. And so I do think there's room to have conversations about it, but I don't know if we need to do much more than that at this point, if that answers your question.
Maybe Mr. Kavner, if we, Councilman Kavner, who do you believe was omitted that should have been engaged? Maybe would be a question.
Mr. Mayor, appreciate the question. For me, I think there's a couple of folks that I think their feedback would be beneficial. And I look at who are our big employers and who are some of our large community stakeholders. So St. Luke's, for one, I mean, is one that bubbles up to the top. And then I think of some of our other larger employers in the area, Sensi, Blue Cross of Idaho, Paylocity. I mean, they are active stakeholders in our community. And I think and only because we heard from Vince about how beneficial it was to engage those previously identified, mostly in governmental stakeholders, that I think that we could gain additional benefits by reaching out to some of our large scale employers, especially around some of the community health piece with St. Luke's.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Cavanagh, I know that, you know, we've talked about that on the engagement piece. There is that strategic goal that's related to, you know, the public health initiatives. And my intent was to engage with some of those providers and even some of the economic vibrancy goals when we get to the initiatives piece, was to engage with any external stakeholders at that point based on the initiatives that we come up with underneath those goals. But I appreciate your feedback on that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
there's a lot that I like about this process and the end result. It seems to be much more manageable to facilitate and operate in going forward in its more summary design. I think that's really well placed. The one item that and you and I've talked about this, it's come up before, maybe in the last time we discussed this, was the inclusion of transportation. I'm not going to be here at the next meeting, so I've expressed maybe it's a philosophical concern. I see the inclusion of transportation as Linda Road overpass and everything else. So it notes in there some commitments to facilitate transportation improvements. I'm not seeking any change to the plan itself, but just wanted to be clear. I think the spending our funds on roadway improvements, I'm not close to being there yet. It's probably where this is heading in the spring in furtherance of the strategic plan. I think that's a challenge that we'll address at that time. So I bring it up because it's included here and it references um, really funding transportation improvements or trying to do so with city dollars. I mean, ACHD's got over 10 million in foregone. They've elected year after year to not fund transportation when it's squarely within their purview. So I just raised the concern for, you may discuss it next week as well, that the city could ask its citizens concerns about transportation and tackle funding that, similar to asking citizens, is there a challenge with schools and school overcrowding, and the city then funding schools. All worthy considerations, but it's in someone else's ballpark. They should be held accountable to fund it and facilitate it. So I understand why it's in the strategic plan. I understand Linda Road and think of that overpass and everything else being much different. So I know you and I've talked about it, and it's worthy of putting on the record for all of us to consider what we are and are not committing to with regards to transportation funding specifically, because I think that's what's certainly coming down the road this spring and summer. But appreciate the good work on the plan and how you got here, Vince. So well done.
Thank you. Council, any further questions or comments? I'm seeing general head shakes of no at this point in time. And just to address Councilman Kavner's comment from my perspective, I do think Vincent has it right. I do think that anything that comes out of this will involve, maybe some individual specific businesses moving forward. But I think this plan captures what we've heard from the community about the direction that we should be going. Perhaps there's some individual initiatives or some areas, but it is my intention to bring this back next week to you all with a resolution for approval so we can get our departments working on this. I think it's an important part of where we're headed, at least for the next 3 years or 1 month while I'm here. So hopefully we can have your support next week for those that will be present for that opportunity. If you have any further questions or comments before then, please don't hesitate to reach out. All right. Thank you, Vincent. Appreciate it very
Thank you.
much. Next item is item 13.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206A1A and 74-2061A. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton?
Aye.
Gaviner?
Aye.
Perot?
Aye.
Hoagland?
Aye.
Burnt? Jessica, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Just watching for quorum. Thanks.
Okay.
Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I move that we come out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
A motion second, come out of executive session. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
I have
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
a motion second to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. We are adjourned.
Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. We don't need to do an executive session, right?
Good evening, everybody. This is Joe. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Awesome. Okay,
thanks, Joe.
good. No worries.
We will go ahead and call tonight's meeting to order for the record. It is December 15th, 2020 at 6:03 PM. We will begin tonight's city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton,
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Perot,
Here.
Councilman Hoagland,
Here.
Councilman Burnett.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please stand and join us in the pledge. Our next item on the agenda is a community invocation, which will be given tonight by Pastor Steve Moore of 10 Mile Christian Church. If you would all please join us in the invocation or take this as a moment of silence as we reflect on our community. Pastor Moore.
Anecdotally, I would just like to take this opportunity to just say thank you to you as leaders of our community, our city, President or Chairman, Mayor Robert, and the whole council. As a citizen, I'm just so impressed in this season, all the things that's being done in the city to care for people physically, mentally, emotionally, and a good example is just the email that I got this today from you, Mayor, and thank you for what you expressed. So I just wanted to say thank you, servants of this city. We are blessed to have you. Our Father God in heaven, I'm so grateful to live in this place. And during this time, especially when the challenges they're just seemingly endless. And the decisions that have to be made and lives are being affected in ways that we can't calculate. So I'm grateful for the leadership of this community and for this community, of these that are served, that are elected, and in the scores of folks on our city staff that are doing the same. Grateful for their heart. I pray, God, that tonight, the decisions that they'll be making, that you'll be in the midst of it, that you'll be directing them. And I know that their motives are the best. And I pray, God, that you'll honor that and use that to make our community even stronger. In this season, when we recognize that you sent your Son, that you remind us how important love is, of community, I pray that we can capture that message for our neighbors and for our city, for ourselves, and for your glory. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Next item up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we adopt the agenda after we strike item number 6 from the agenda, executive session. We were able to take care of all of our business in the executive session prior to this meeting. So with that, I move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted as amended. Mr. Clerk, I understand we have one person sign up under public forum, but they were for an agenda item, so.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. One sign up, but it's for a later item.
All right, then we will go ahead and skip over the public forum and move right into action items. Our first item on the agenda is a public hearing for Goddard Creek subdivision, H 2020-0092. We will go ahead and open this public hearing with staff comments, and I will turn this over to Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me get my screen shared for you all. And we'll get this going. Can everybody see the screen now? Okay, good. Just want to make sure. These things are tricky virtually. All right, item number 1, Goddard Creek subdivision, which is an applications for rezone development agreement modification, preliminary plat, and then alternative compliance and private street by the director. The site consists of 4.62 acres of land currently zoned R4, located at the northwest corner of McMillan and Goddard Creek Way. To the west is existing CC zoning and a self-storage facility. To the north is existing R4 zoning and the Sellway Apartments. To the east is Goddard Creek Way, which is a collector street, and east of that is the some LO zoning with a home and a contractor's yard. McMillan abuts the site to the south, and south of that is R4 zoning and detached single-family homes. A little brief history, as I'm sure you all are aware, though. Property was granted annexation and preliminary plat approval and a CUP as part of the Losha Falls subdivision in 2002 and has an existing development agreement. These approvals granted office uses within the existing R4 zoning district. 2017, the property received a comp plan map amendment approval and to switch from office and high density residential to mixed use community. A preliminary plat and final plat were also approved. A concurrent rezone, CUP, and MDA was proposed to develop the property as multifamily. However, that request was withdrawn. A preliminary plat and final plat were also approved in 2017 and 2018 to develop the self-storage portion of the development, which is directly to the west. 2019, an application for 44 attached townhome style single-family units was denied by City Council. This application differs from the previous development in that it has 10 fewer units and proposes all age-restricted attached units. So before you tonight, the applicant is proposing to develop the site with 34 age-restricted single-family attached units. This area is primarily developed with single-family homes, except for the apartment complex to the north. Other commercial developments are under construction in the area and are under construction in the area, which should complement the proposed residential project. And that would be the CG area to the west, which has a convenience store and fuel facility and some more senior housing. Because the applicant is proposing to provide housing diversity in the area and other land uses are nearby the development, staff believes the plan is consistent with the mixed use community designation and falls within the target density of 6 to 15 dwelling units per acre, as the proposed gross density is 7.36 dwelling units per acre. Access to the site is proposed via an existing private street, West Apgar Creek Lane. Access to McMillan Road is prohibited except for the depicted emergency only access as shown on the plat in the southwest corner of the site. And it's also a common driveway. Private streets are not typically intended for single-family developments unless designed with a MU or gated community. The applicant is proposing internal private streets on its own lot for internal access within the development. The proposed private street is 24 feet wide with 5-foot attached sidewalk on the internal side of the street, so only on one side of the street. To ensure adequate guest parking is provided, the applicant is proposing 16 parking spaces along the north side of the private street across from lots 14 through 18. So these 16 spaces here. 8 additional parallel parking stalls are proposed on the south side of West Apgar Creek Lane to address the neighborhood concerns with parking. This is possible because the applicant is proposing to widen this street by 8 feet to accommodate the on-street parking, which, as discussed in the commission meeting, they cannot limit that, which they are trying to fix a problem that is not a problem that they caused, which staff appreciates. The director has approved alternative compliance requests to allow the common drive accesses as proposed. The applicant is conditioned to submit another alternative compliance application with the final plat to incorporate a decorative entry feature at each of the entrances in lieu of gates. Other than the 25-foot wide landscape buffer adjacent to McMillan Road, the UDC does not require the applicant to provide any qualifying open space because the project is less than 5 acres. Both the landscape buffer to Goddard Creek Way and McMillan is existing. To complement the surrounding developments and provide some open space for these future residents, the applicant is proposing approximately 24,500 square feet of open space, which is approximately 12%, of which 13,367 square feet, which is 6.5%, would qualify under the UDC 3G-3 standards. The open space lot within the development, which is here and abuts Goddard Creek Way, includes the proposed amenity, which is a covered picnic shelter. To enhance the walkability in the development, staff recommends that the applicant provide a pedestrian circulation plan with their final plat and include extension of the sidewalk from the Selway Apartments project to the north and distinguish the pedestrian crossings to guide residents to the proposed open space safely. So that comment is in regards to sidewalk along here that was not shown on the current plan. The proposed elevations include a mix of siding materials with varying hip and gable style roof options. All structures within the development are required to comply with the residential design standards listed within the Architectural Standards Manual. An administrative design review application must be submitted to the Planning Division and approved prior to submittal of any building permits, because they are an attached product. Commission recommended approval of the subject applications. At the commission hearing, the public discussed parking issues that persist with the Selway apartments and discussed some concern over the proposed elevations that face towards the public right of way, despite them being one story. The key issues of discussion by the commission were who and how are the proposed private streets to be maintained, the number of units taking access from the common drives, the applicability of having a centralized trash receptacle location for the homes on the common drives, and then had questions regarding the detail and quality of the proposed amenity and open space. The single condition that the commission changed is to limit the number of units off the proposed common drives to no more than 3 units. The applicant did not change any of their plans because they feel that the existing common drives only have 3 units off of them. And that is the end of my presentation. I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions? With that, I invite the applicant to present. Mr. Clark, you're recognized for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll get my brief presentation up here. So Heath Clark, representing the applicant, 251 East Front Street in Boise. So as Joe mentioned, this is a project that I would describe as having kind of been through the ringer. I'm glad to say that at this point, we think we have a project that really checks all of the boxes. So a little bit more background on where it's located and what the context of the project is. It's on just off McMillan between 10 Mile and Linder. As you can see on this picture, it's one of the last properties within the square mile to develop. It's down the street from Rocky Mountain High School. And it hits what I'll call the big box quadruple double. You've got Walmart, Costco, Fred Meyer, and Winco all within a mile of the location. As I mentioned, it has been through the ringer, and Joe went through this with you as well, so I won't belabor the point. There's been a couple of prior applications, including an apartment project, and then an application last year for 44 units. And that kind of brings us to this point. As I understand it, that last project was denied in part due to parking and traffic concerns. And so we think we've addressed that at this point. Highlights of the proposal, given that history, the current team has proposed to reduce the number of units from 44 to 34, so by 10. We took steps to try to address the parking issues. So just to confirm, there's the internal stalls down on West Apgar Creek Loop. So you can see those down at the bottom of the project. And then additionally, there's 8 stalls on West Selway Rapids Lane. And I do want to emphasize that the applicant is going to widen that lane by 8 feet. And what that'll do is address fire concerns and try to make for some additional space there to aid in the access and the connectivity. As you can see here, and as Joe showed you as well, we're going to be using an attached product with each lot paired with a 0 lot line neighbor. So it'll be low maintenance. It's going to be attracted to the target market. And as Joe mentioned, this would be a 55+ restricted community. So when we got involved, we went about attempting to ensure that the concerns of the neighbors were addressed. So I wanted to just give you a quick summary of what those conversations have been like. Laren Bailey with Conger Management Group held 2 neighborhood meetings to conduct outreach. Overall, the result of those meetings was that the neighbors liked the senior living concept and the reduction in traffic and the added parking. We've worked with staff proactively to try to make sure that any of the staff questions were resolved. As you saw in the report, there was a private street that needed to be included, but a gate really wasn't appropriate given the size constraints here. And that wouldn't help as well with the neighborhood parking issues. So we obtained alternative compliance to do the private street, and rather than a gate, we'd be using pillars and faux gates. We are in agreement with regard to the pedestrian amenities. There will be a sidewalk connection on the northwest from Selway Apartments across Lot 1. We'll have internal pedestrian connections as mentioned by staff. And so those would be at the top of the project to connect over to the sidewalks. And then there will be 2 more down to get to the shared driveway, which will have a connection out onto McMillan Road. And then also at the open space and shared driveway there on the east. The ones on the north would have pedestrian ramps and truncated domes. We expect that the ones on the south will probably use pavers or stamped concrete or to try to provide a visual change there. As I mentioned, we also worked on the parking situation, and just a couple thoughts there. This will be age restricted, and age restricted communities, as you're aware, tend to be overparked with generally lighter parking requirements. We are still adding the 15 internal spaces and the 8 up top. And then again, we are widening Selway Lane to help improve the existing layout and circulation. P&Z was a pretty straightforward hearing. One thing that the loan condition that was added as a result of the P&Z hearing was to limit the common driveways to 3 units. We meet that, as you can see on this depiction. So we're good with the condition as proposed by P&Z. I'll just note that city code does allow up to 6, but we are within the more restrictive condition that P&Z added. In terms of the staff report, no requested modifications. We're in agreement with what staff has put in there. And so with that, I'd be happy to conclude and answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Mr. Clark, thank you for being here this evening in your presentation. If I recall from your narrative with the application correctly, it said something to the effect of there was some research done to determine that office is not necessary in this location, and it referenced a few areas in on McMillan and Chinden, which in my opinion were not really office specific. I don't know that there's a lot of office in that Walmart area. So would you mind sharing with us what what you did to get to that determination that there was not additional office necessary, and maybe you have some information for absorption rates or whatnot? I'm not asking for something like super detailed, but just curious to know the process that you took to get there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot. So there's a couple of things there. There is office that's being proposed over closer to the hard corner to the west of us. But I think really what this comes down to is access and visibility. And as you know, this property doesn't have any direct access onto McMillan. You have to go up Goddard, come around, and then loop back in order to get to it. So in terms of that access, that also really restricts the marketability for office in that location. So I think I would summarize it as being those 2 issues, that office is coming online both to the east on the ends of the square mile block and on the west. And then also that issue of just the visibility and accessibility for purposes of office.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up if I may.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Thank you for that. Remind me, is Goddard, there's been a lot of conversations about Goddard. Obviously there's been more than one application on this property. And then when we had discussions regarding the storage units and whatnot, and the discussions have revolved around parking, of course, but also how much it backs up there during peak hours on that street. So a little concern there about getting in and out of Apgar Creek anyway. But is that at the mid-mile? Is there ever going to be an option for a light at that location?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Peralta, so there's a couple of things going on there. One is that there's an offset between Goddard and the access to the south. If you look at the map, they don't line up. So a light there, I think, would be unlikely as a result of that, and also as a result of the ACHD review of it, and it did not find that intersection improvements were warranted at this point. So I can see some challenges to getting a light there, and the warrant just isn't there at this point.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Mr. Clerk, did we have anyone sign up to testify on this item?
Mr. Mayor, no one has signed up in advance for this.
Okay, well, we do have several people in the audience and online for this evening's meeting. If you're interested in testifying in this item, if you're on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen, and our clerk can see that and bring you in, or if there's anyone in the audience who'd like to provide testimony, if you'd like to come forward now.
Mr. Mayor, we have one person online. The name is Fishers, and they should be able to unmute themselves now.
Okay, if you could state your name and address for the record, that'd be great. We see you're unmuted, but we do not hear you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to try one other possibility here. See if this works.
If you could unmute yourself, try again. We're not able to hear. Do we want to try doing the call-in number?
Mr. Mayor, we can do that. If you can hear me, if you can call area code 669-900-6833 and enter the webinar ID that's found on the agenda. That is area code 669-900-6833. If you can wave at the camera if you have trouble finding the webinar ID. You'll wave when you have connection. I can identify your phone number, and there you are. See if this is you.
We see you're unmuted.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we are. If you can state your name and address for the record, and just make, if you can, mute your computer there so we don't hear the feedback.
Yes, I just did.
Perfect.
My name is Penny Fisher. I live at 2382 West Apgar Creek Drive, directly kitty corner from this application. I would like to speak today just on we've met with the applicant quite a few number of times, and at this time we do feel that they have met all of the requests and requirements that we have requested. The only thing I was wondering about on those 8 additional parking spaces, they had added those to help with the parking on Apgar Creek, which does affect right in front of our home. I am wondering if there's a way that if they ever would put up a sign that says for our residents and residents visits only, because that was added, we were told, to help with the parking. And if they put up a sign on that outside, parking from Selway would not, it would still spill over. So I just wanted to ask what would be addressed, or if there was that a requirement would not be that a sign, the private parking should be only for the inside and not on the outside. And I was wondering if that was a possibility.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Neri or our police chief, because it's a public, I don't know if that's a public road at that location versus a private road, and if that matters. I assume it's okay on a private road to do it, but I don't know if you can do it on a public road.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, yeah, if it's a public roadway, ACHD would have to consent to putting that type of, and they generally do not allow restricted parking on a public road like that, so it would be difficult. If it's private drive, you're correct, Mr. Mayor, that's perfectly fine to do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Chief?
Selway Rapids right there in front of this area is a private road.
And I guess maybe this is a little, with making it wider, does that change it from public to private? Is that the intention? It's not the intention, fortunately. Is it intention to remain private?
I believe the intention was to remain private. I'll let Joe talk a little more on that, but I know when we first met on this whole thing, that was one of the things that they wanted to do, was to widen the roadway in front of the apartment building, because people were parking over in the subdivision. So they were going to create some more parking in front of this subdivision for spillover from the apartment complex. That was my understanding the last time this came to council.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
Yes, Apgar Creek Lane will be maintained as a private street. Again, that's not a private street that is owned and maintained by this applicant, so they'd have to go through the apartment complex in order to put up any signage, because they're the ones who own that road and maintain that. Secondly, to Chief Bongiorno's point, yes, and as I noted before, they don't have to widen the road and create these 8 extra spaces. They're doing that knowing full well that they may very well not be used by residents within this subdivision, but it is 8 additional spaces for the apartments or anybody, possibly people here, but anybody trying to fix a problem that they did not create.
Council, any questions or further comments for? I'm sorry, I missed your first name, so.
It's Penny.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm sure the applicant will address your comments in their final remarks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, should we have anyone else who raised their hand to testify?
Mr. Mayor, that was the only hand raise.
Okay. Then with that, we will go ahead and turn it over to the applicant for any final remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street. With regard to the question about the parking up top, I think Joe Dodson hit that nail on the head. It's not within our control to do that, but we think aiding in a situation that already exists would exist independent of this. And so I think it's a very good thing that the applicant's willing to do the widening and to add the 8 parking stalls. I think that's what should be expected of the applicant in this case. And to be able to administer that is just not something that is within our power. With that, if there are follow-up questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Council, any additional comments or questions for the applicant? Or I'm happy to entertain motions if that's the desire of council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I'll just make comment before a motion to close and see where this thing goes. I think Heath and the applicant have done a great job in making this property, which has been a little challenging, much better. The proposal does seem to fit the mixed use community in relation to what is also around. The reduction in units that is referenced is makes it better. The expanded roadway on the north makes it better. The different housing product that's available, that diversity makes it better. The expanded roadway to the north that helps and assists with fire access makes it better. So, Heath, I think you've done a good job in trying to make a successful project. I think all of those improvements have me supportive of this application.
Councilman Burnt.
Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
we close the public hearing.
Hey, Mayor, we can't hear Councilman Burnt.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
There you
better.
go.
I got to really like. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move for the third time that we close the public hearing.
Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve item H-2020-0092 Goddard Creek subdivision.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve H 2020-0092. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, ask the clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Rowe,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Burnt.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Thank you, Mr. Clark and Joe, for your work on that project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have a good night, everybody.
Thanks, Joe.
Item number 2 on the agenda is a public hearing for Ada County Corner, H 2020-0085. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments. I'll turn this over to Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, Sonia.
Yes.
Yep, looks great.
Thank you. The next application before you is the request for a rezone. This site consists of 1.34 acres of land. It's zoned IL Light Industrial and is located at 173 North Touchmark Way. This property was rezoned to IL in 2009 with the requirement of a development agreement. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is industrial. The abutting property to the south is designated commercial. The applicant is requesting a rezone of 1.77 acres of land, including land to the center line of adjacent streets from the IL to the CG zoning district to match that to the south. Because the adjacent future land use map designation and zoning to the south is commercial and a public quasi-public use, i.e. Ada County Coroner's Office, is proposed to develop on the combined properties, staff deems it appropriate to apply the future land use map designation of the adjacent property to this property because such designations are not parcel specific. Rezoning the subject property to CG consistent with that of the adjacent property to the south will create uniform zoning for the overall property. Although the UDC doesn't prohibit multiple zones on a single parcel, split zoning does make it problematic to decipher which of the two standards, industrial versus commercial, to enforce. The rezone to CG will ensure that the development meets the dimensional standards of one district versus two. A conceptual development plan was submitted as shown on the right that depicts a 35,000 square foot, 2-story building oriented north-south on the side with the entry fronting on South Touchmark Way. One entry and exit and one exit only is proposed via North Touchmark Way, and one entry only is proposed via East Lanark Street along the northern boundary, both classified as industrial collector streets. No access is proposed or approved via East Franklin Road, an entryway corridor, and Arterial Street. Per the recorded development agreement, direct lot access to Franklin Road is prohibited. Staff is supportive of the access points depicted on the submitted concept plan. Off-street parking is proposed in excess of UDC standards. A minimum of 70 parking spaces are required, 117 public parking spaces, and 51 secured employee parking spaces for a total of 168 spaces are proposed. A 35-foot wide landscape street buffer is required along Franklin Road, an entryway corridor. The staff report states a 20-foot wide buffer is required along Touchmark Way and Lanark Street. However, when the final plat was recorded, these streets were designated as local instead of collector streets. For this reason, staff will amend the analysis in the report to reflect a 10-foot wide buffer requirement with future development along Touchmark and Lanark. Conceptual building elevations and perspectives of the proposed building were submitted as shown. The commission recommended approval of the application, and I'll go through a summary of the public hearing. Brenda Barossa, Lombard Conrad Architects, is the applicant's representative, and she testified in favor of the application. No one testified in opposition or commented on the application. Written testimony was received from Deborah Phillips, Ada County, in agreement with the staff report, and there were no issues of public testimony. Key issues of discussion by the commission, there was only one, and they were in favor of the proposed design of the building. The commission did not make any changes to the staff recommendation, and there are no outstanding issues for council tonight. Written testimony has not been submitted since the commission hearing from anyone. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Well, with that, I'll turn this over to the applicant. I don't know who's going to be presenting, but if you can state your name and address for the record.
Yes, this is Brenda Brosa from Lombard Conrad. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Our company address is 1221 Shoreline Lane, Boise, Idaho, 83702. And as you mentioned, I'm one of the architects that's working with Ada County in the development of their new Corners facility. Ada County purchased 2 adjacent parcels of land on the corner of Franklin Road and Touchmark Way, as Sonia mentioned. These 2 parcels are immediately to the east of Firefly and Mattress. The county's plan was to combine these 2 parcels to develop the site for the coroner's facility. As she mentioned, the southern parcel along Franklin Road is currently zoned general commercial. The to the north is zoned light industrial. Rather than combine these 2 as a mixed zone parcel, the planning and zoning staff requested that we go through this rezone process so that both parcels have the same zoning before we combine them. And given the frontage along Franklin Road and the proposed use as a public, quasi-public facility, it was preferred to have both parcels within the general commercial zoning category. So this application is to request that the zoning of the northern parcel be changed from the light industrial to the general commercial. I know, like on the site plan, when it was pulled up, if you could see the way that we've laid out the site, we've attempted to respect the uses of the adjacent trees at both ends. The administrative and public use functions of the building are located towards Franklin Road, whereas the medical and back of house functions are located towards the industrial parcels to the north. It looks like Sonia's trying, yeah, there you go. And given this arrangement, the proposed layout is compatible with the existing land use map, even with the rezone. And as you also saw from the conceptual elevations and views that we had in the agenda packet that Sonia showed a little bit ago, we've really worked on shaping this building up to be an attractive piece of architecture, knowing that it's right along one of Meridian's entryway corridors there on Franklin. So we're trying to put a nice piece of architecture in where it's going to be seen as an entryway point. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borden.
just a brief comment. Brenda, that design is fantastic. To show that level of attention to what you've described correctly is that entryway corridor. That's just a beautiful building. So we appreciate the good work to make that happen.
Thank you.
I would concur. It's a beautiful building. I hope I never have to see one way or the other.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
comment too, certainly the architectural detail that has been paid attention to is appreciated. And also, the understanding that, changing industrial property to commercial, I mean, I look at that very carefully because once the industrial is gone, it never changes back. But in this instant, does this make sense to have it under one, make it commercial, allow that property to be designated for that use? I think it works well and appreciate everyone's involvement, staff's involvement on making this happen.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'd like to just say that I'm really proud of our city that we have, that the county has chosen to put a really important building in the city of Meridian. And I think given the use of the building, that's a weird thing to say, but there could be a lot of other locations that the county could have chose. So we're happy to have the county here.
Thank you. Council, any further questions for the applicant before we see if we have anyone else like to provide testimony? Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to testify on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that'd like to provide testimony or anybody online who'd like to provide testimony? If so, and please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of the Zoom platform. Seeing no one raise their hand or come forward in the audience, would the applicant like to make any final comments?
I think we're good. I didn't actually have any questions raised, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we close the public hearing for H 2020-0085.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move we approve H 2020-0085 as presented by staff and the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, second that.
I have a motion and a second from Councilman Byrd. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Rowe,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Byrne.
Aye.
All ayes, motion passes, and the item is agreed to. Thank you very much. Next item is a public hearing for Landing South, H 2020-005. I will open this public hearing with staff comments and turn it over to Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for preliminary plat. This site consists of 2.27 acres of land. It's zoned R4 and is located at 660 South Linder Road. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is medium density residential, which calls for 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. This property was annexed in 1994 without the requirement of a development agreement. This application, along with a rezone application to R8, was previously heard by the council with a recommendation of denial from the commission based on their belief the development plan wasn't consistent with the comprehensive plan due to issues with the proposed turnarounds and access driveways.
Sonia?
Shown
Do you have
before you are the previous versions of this plat.
Sonia,
The council.
I don't think we're seeing your screen.
Oh, hang on. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we are good to go.
All righty.
Well, we're not on the right one, but we at least can see your screen.
We'll
There you
try
go.
this again. All right, so these are the previous versions of the plat that I mentioned. The council remanded the plat back to the commission for review of a revised plat meeting the R4 dimensional standards. So these are the previous versions, and then this is the revised plat that was submitted by the applicant and reviewed by the commission. The proposed revised plat consists of 8 building lots and 2 common lots on 2.27 acres of land in the R4 zoning district for the development of single-family residential detached homes. The minimum lot size proposed is 8,018 square feet with an average lot size of 8,199 square feet. Access is proposed via the extension of an existing stub street, South Spoonbill Avenue from Joshua Street, from the north boundary of the site, which ends in a cul-de-sac. No access is proposed or approved via Linder Road. An emergency-only access exists off-site to the north via Linder. Off-street parking is provided in accord with UDC standards. On-street parking spaces are available in front of the 2 northern lots, but parking is not allowed within the cul-de-sac. Staff is concerned there may not be adequate on-street parking for guests. However, the UDC does not have standards for on-street parking. The Kennedy lateral runs along the northern boundary of this site has been piped. The Pathways Master Plan depicts a 10-foot wide multi-use pathway along the frontage of this site adjacent to Linder Road. However, because there is an existing sidewalk that is in good condition in this area, the Parks Department is not requiring it to be reconstructed and is only requiring an easement for a future pathway. A 25-foot wide landscape street buffer is required along Linder Road. Because this site is below 5 acres in size, the qualified open space and site amenity standards in the UDC do not apply. An open space exhibit was submitted that depicts a 0.32 of an acre of common open space, consisting of the street buffer along Linder Road and the area along the northern boundary where the Kennedy lateral lies. No amenities are proposed. Wrought iron fencing is proposed to be constructed at the back edge of the street buffer along Linder Road and along the Kennedy lateral easement. Conceptual building elevations for single-family residential detached homes were submitted as shown to be constructed in this development. The commission recommended approval of the revised plat. Jim Jewett, the applicant, testified in favor. No one testified in opposition or commented on the application. There was no new testimony submitted since submittal of the revised plat. Previous written testimony was received from Chris and Candace Johnson, Jeff Olson, Kenneth Scott Grappiton, and Josh Beach, the applicant's representative. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. They were in favor of the revised design of the infill property, and they had concerns pertaining to adequacy of on-street parking available to accommodate guest parking. Commission made the following revision in the staff report to condition A3B and A3C in section 8 to require 17 instead of 67 caliper inches of trees for mitigation as requested by the applicant based on the city arborist inspection. There are no outstanding issues for council tonight. Written testimony has been received from Jim Jewett, the applicant, and he is in agreement with the commission's recommendation. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Sonia, can you go back to the slide? I just didn't follow. You talked about an emergency only access via Linder Road. Can you point that out to me?
Yes, if you can see my pointer, it's right here where that driveway is shown.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council, any further questions? Okay. Then with that, we'll turn this over to the applicant for 15 minutes. And Mr. Beach, if you're going to be the one presenting, you can say your name and address for the record. You'll be recognized for 15 minutes.
You got it. Jim, are you wanting to go ahead?
No, you go ahead, Josh. I'll just listen.
Perfect. So Josh Beach with Sawtooth Land Surveying, address is 2030 South Washington Avenue in Emmett. So as Sonia stated, it's been a lot of work to get this plat where we are. We feel like this is an improvement of what we've heard, and obviously the Planning and Zoning Commission was in favor. This is going to fit, I think, a lot better with the surrounding neighborhood. And I don't really have much else to add. I think that you've all seen this a number of times, and probably appreciative that Jim specifically and Sawtooth has put a lot of work into getting the layout and the design of the subdivision to where it is. And obviously there are some concerns with parking, but because the majority of the site, the majority of the lots are accessed by from a cul-de-sac, there's limited ability to provide on-street parking. Now, differentiating this from what we presented previously, the density's significantly reduced, which will reduce the parking. And as you all know, the standards for single-family homes are 2 parking stalls in a garage and 2 on a parking pad out front. So that should do a lot better in terms of reducing the on-street parking and the congestion in the neighborhood. Did meet with the city arborist a few months ago, talking about there's the trees on site, and determined that we would be providing sufficient. He gave us a number to provide for sufficient tree mitigation. We're happy to comply with that. I'll stand for any questions you have.
Thank you. Mr. Jewett, do you have anything else you'd like to add during the applicant's time?
No, I would, it's Jim Jewett, 776 East Riverside Drive, Suite 200, Eagle, Idaho. No, I would just be available for any questions that you may have that Josh may not be able to answer.
All right. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to provide testimony, or anyone online that'd like to come forward? Indicate by raising your hand on the Zoom platform at the bottom. Seeing no one wishing to testify, would the applicant like to make any final comments?
I do not.
Okay. And with that, council, I'll turn this over to you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I appreciate the applicant working on this site. It did pose some challenges, and I think fitting to how the neighborhood is, and with the constraints of the site, I think this works out much better, and so that is greatly appreciated. I move that we close the public hearing for H 2020-0005.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering an applicant testimony, I move we approve file number H 2020-0005, including the revisions to conditions number A.3B and A.3C that reduces the mitigation for the caliper tree size of trees.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Governor,
Aye.
Rowe,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Burnt,
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. Thank you to the applicant and good luck. Next item on the agenda is public hearing for Spurwing Sewer Easement Annexation H 2020-0087. I will open this public hearing with staff comments and turn this over to Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application is a request for annexation and zoning. This site consists of 0.6 of an acre of land zoned RUT in Ada County, located north of West Chinden Boulevard and State Highway 2026. A little history on this property. A lot line adjustment was previously approved by Ada County in 2007, which included the subject property. Ada County denied a conditional use permit modification application to build an emergency access road. The comprehensive plan future land use designation is low density residential, which calls for 3 or fewer units per acre. The applicant requests annexation of 0.6 of an acre of land into the city with an R4 zoning district consistent with the future land use designation of low density residential. The annexation area is a portion of Lot 2, Block 1, Spurwing subdivision, which was developed in Ada County. Typically, the city does not annex a portion of a parcel or lot. However, it has been deemed appropriate in this case due to the county's denial of the site modification and the city's requirement for an access to maintain the public utility. The property proposed to be annexed is developed as part of the Spurwing Golf Course and contains a 20-foot wide Meridian sanitary sewer easement with a 12-inch sewer main line and an 8-inch Suez water main line. An emergency vehicle access easement is proposed in this area to satisfy the fire department's requirement for secondary emergency vehicle access to Olive Tree at Spurwing subdivision. This access is not needed if all of the units are provided with residential sprinklers. Emergency vehicle access for this subdivision was previously planned via West Chinden Boulevard at the intersection of Chinden and 10 Mile. However, since the time the preliminary plat was approved, improvements have been made to the intersection, which require an alternate location for emergency access. For this reason, emergency access is proposed where the sewer easement lies. Public access will be restricted through the use of gates at each entrance with a Knox box as required by the fire department. This road will also provide access to any manholes within the sewer easement area in accord with city requirements and access to the Suez water lines. The Olive Tree at Spurwing subdivision cannot develop without an approved secondary emergency access, which the applicant's proposal provides, or the provision of residential sprinklers in all of the units. If council denies the applicant's request, an alternate emergency vehicle access will be required for any development over 30 building lots in Olive Tree at Spurwing subdivision, or fire sprinklers shall be provided for additional homes beyond the 30. The subject property is non-buildable as it isn't a legal parcel or a lot eligible for a building permit and doesn't meet the minimum dimensional standards of the R4 district. Since the last hearing, the applicant submitted a landscape plan depicting a variety of shrubs and plantings as a buffer between the access road and the adjacent residential properties as shown. The commission recommended approval of the proposed annexation, and I'll go through a summary of the public hearing. Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, is the applicant's representative. She testified in favor along with Mark Freeman from Foley and Freeman Attorneys. Greg Stock, Gretchen Singh, Rick Maritson, Tom Nist, and Tony Singh testified in opposition, and Rod Wagner commented on the application. Written testimony has been received from Robert Treerise, Gretchen Singh, Carrie Franklin, Eric and Mary K. Klein, King Mean and Aaron Chen, Tom and Andrea Nest, Greg Stock, Stephen Levitt, and Rick Maritson. Key issues of discussion are as follows. The concern pertaining to construction of a road and public access between Balata Court in Spurwing subdivision and North Crantini Way and Olive Tree at Spurwing subdivision. Preference for an emergency access for the fire department to be provided from Chinden Boulevard at the 10 Mile Road intersection rather than in the location proposed, and the negative impact on adjacent properties where access road is proposed due to public use. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. Necessity for a road for access to sewer manholes and maintenance of the city infrastructure. Possibility of the applicant providing landscaping adjacent to the abutting residential properties to screen the access road and properties from users of the access road. possibility of installing signage at the gates prohibiting public access, and question as to whether or not an emergency access is still feasible in the location originally approved at the intersection of Chinden and 10 Mile Roads. The commission made the following changes to the staff recommendation. They wanted the Public Works Department to provide a description of what preference they have for surface treatment of the access road between the two manholes. That is included in their the updated staff report for council in section 8C. The applicant should work with adjacent homeowners to see what mitigation could be provided to lessen the impacts from the road. And the applicant has done that and submitted the landscape plan shown on the presentation before you. It is included in section 8B of the staff report. The applicant should try to get a letter from ITD stating that they won't allow access as originally approved by Chinden Boulevard without an easement from the Wagners. A letter has been submitted to the city from ITD. There is a link to it in section 9H of the staff report. ITD will only allow a single approach for safety reasons and is not opposed to an approach that serves both the Wagner farm parcel and the emergency access with the conditions noted in the letter. However, Mr. Wagner stated at the last hearing that he's not interested in granting an easement for a shared driveway at this time. And finally, they added a requirement for signage to be provided prohibiting public access to the gated area, and that is included in the staff report conditions, provision A1B in section 9. There are no outstanding issues for council. Written testimony since the commission hearing has been received from Gretchen Singh, Greg Stock, and Rick Moritzen, and those are included in the public record for your review. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll turn this over to the applicant. I don't know if that's going to be Mr. Foley. Sorry. Mark, is that going to be you speaking this evening? Okay. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Mark Freeman, Foley Freeman Attorneys for applicant. Business address 953 South Industry Way in Meridian. And I'd like to share my screen here. Oop. There we go. Can you all see that screen?
Not yet.
Nothing's coming up?
Nope.
Well, why not? Excuse me for a minute here. I've got it on my screen. There we go. I think this will do it.
Yep.
There we go.
It's up. If
Thank you. I apologize for that. That was definitely me. And you're all, well, you're not all aware, but Becky's been involved in this project for 15 years or so. She would be here, but she's tied up in Star, so I'm the pinch hitter tonight. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. As Sonia indicated, this is an annexation for a 0.62 acre portion of real property for two purposes, for emergency access to the Olive Tree subdivision, and also for protection of the city's sewer easement, as well as the water easement to Suez Water. This, a little bit of history I think is important. This picture is the original plat for this subdivision. It was first approved by council in 2007. It included a number of patio homes and standalone homes near the Spurwing Golf Course. And at the time the property was annexed into the city, the utilities, the sewer and water, if you can see this is Meridian Greens over here to the west. The sewer and water were to come in this direction to the property. And you can also see the platted lot, which was the emergency access to the property, which exited onto Chinden Boulevard, US 2026, we're at the intersection with 10 Mile Roads. One of the conditions for approval initially by the city of Meridian was that the emergency access be provided with a 20-foot wide improved surface capable of supporting 75,000 pounds. There was another condition that the emergency access have 20-foot wide swing or rolling emergency gates and equipped with knockbox padlocks, as is standard in the city. After obtaining the Meridian City approval, the applicant proceeded to apply with ITD for access to, for the emergency access point. As indicated in the bottom of this exhibit before you, that department approval by ITD was granted in June of 2008. After it was granted, the permit was issued. So what the applicant did was design and construct an emergency vehicle access to the property. It had certain design criteria that ITD demanded or mandated, and once it was constructed, ITD approved it. So the important point here is that this emergency access was in place and improved and constructed in 2008. And this is an overview photo here of the emergency access as it existed at that point in time. This would be 10 Mile Road. Here is US 2026 Chinden. And right here is the location where the approach was constructed with the approval of the permit from ITD. The emergency access at that point was in this direction up here. So about the same time that the application was approved and the permit from ITT was obtained, that's when the recession hit, which stalled this project. The applicant decided to try to wait out the downturn in the economy. So the subdivision was not constructed at this point in time. Then in 2012, the owners of the Spurwing, the Challenge at Spurwing or Spurwing Challenge subdivision, this area here is for purposes of, this is the Olive Tree subdivision here. So over in this area, the owners of the Meridian Challenge subdivision, and they are the Andersons, Chris and Roger Anderson, approached my client and inquired about the possibility of extending the sewer from the terminus point in Meridian Green subdivision up here to the west, the northwest, all the way through my client's property, and then ultimately just to serve the challenge course. So that ultimately happened. Like I mentioned, the sewer came out of Meridian Greens and traveled in here. For purposes of this application before you today, this section right here is the area we're talking about where we're requesting the city to annex this 6.1 or 2 acre or 0.6 acre parcel. And during this process, my client granted an easement to the city of Meridian over the exact or the same portion of property where we're asking for annexation to allow the city to maintain and repair or replace the sewer easement. That is a 20-foot wide easement that's in place. Page 8, it just shows a picture of what this looked like in June of 2014, or June of 2014. The sewer line came in this way. This is the area right here that is the subject of this annexation, and then the sewer line passes through. in 2014, Becky McKay was contacted by Dave Splett, if I'm pronouncing his name right. He worked at ITD District 3, and he advised her that due to the approval of the Walmart by the city of Meridian on 10 Mile Road, that there was going to be changes to expand the 10 Mile intersection in Chinden to include a signal light, and that he indicated that ITD would have to remove my client's access permit. The next slide I'm showing is a copy of a letter dated February 5th, 2014 from Mr. Splett, or I'm sure I'm butchering his name. I apologize if he's hearing. And it indicates that the effect of this letter and the action by ITD was actually to terminate the permit for access onto Chinden. So my client had constructed and located the emergency access, but due to no action on their part, the ITD took that away. So in essence, the emergency access was null and void. This slide here shows you a picture from 10 Mile Road facing north. The emergency access, as it was originally constructed, was in this location right here, the approach. Here's another photograph showing the Spurwing property would be here. The access that used to exist was in this area right here. Now there's you can see there's a signal pole right in front of it. So this slide here shows how the subject property appeared in 2016. When the Andersons developed the Spurwing Challenge course, they installed, extended the sewer through, or their contractors did, like we mentioned. This is the area of the easement we're talking about this evening. They installed a concrete ribbon curb and put permabark over the gravel to the first manhole cover, and then they gravelled the rest of it. You can see here that in 2016 at least, you can still see the remnants of the gravel. It has deteriorated over time, and there is some vegetation growing through, but you can clearly see where the gravel was placed when the Andersons extended that sewer line. Excuse me for a minute here. So when it came time to construct to actually build out the subdivision, the applicant had to extend the the water line from Suez, which is in this location here, over in the Spurwing Green subdivision, and extend it through. Once it got to the north location of the subject annexation property, then it followed the exact same location where the Meridian City easement was located. And this is a letter that Warren Stewart, the Meridian City engineer, provided to Becky McKay, indicating that for many years, Meridian has required its water and sewer infrastructure to be installed in easements that have gravel road access, and that the sewer lines and manholes must be regularly cleaned in order to function properly, minimize odors, and to allow the city to access the infrastructure to make repairs and to support vehicles. This next slide shows a vehicle that is used to vacuum out the sewer lines. Contains a large tank that has water in it. And according to Mr. Stewart, we need to provide a base over that sewer line from Meridian that's capable of supporting a vehicle with a gross vehicle weight of at least 75,000 pounds. And then there's a photo. There's also you folks might know this, This is a picture of the truck that they use to videotape the TV truck, I guess they call it, that takes television picture of the sewer to check it and make sure it's maintained. So these are the vehicles that need to travel over that easement as it exists now. So this slide depicts what the applicant was in the process of constructing when they were stopped by Ada County. This is a slide from the northwest corner. This would be Olive Tree over here, and we're pointing to the north. So this is a picture of the gravel that was installed. This was after the applicant had obtained Meridian Fire Department approval, Public Works approval, planning approval, council approval, and we started putting it in. And that's when the county put a stop work order in and indicated that this access is in the county and that we didn't have permits from Ada County. So we submitted, or the applicant submitted, all the city approvals, the approved construction plans to the county, and the county basically said, well, that's fine, but we don't care what City of Meridian's doing. This is Ada County property. So we were asked to submit traffic and development plan modifications of the original 1994 approval of the Spurwing subdivision. And they asked that we submit grading and drainage plans for this facility. We did comply with the requirements. We submitted it, was all reviewed, and then it was denied at a staff level. The only option being an appeal to the county commissioners for the staff denial. So the applicant's counsel at that time appealed and got in front of the county commissioners. The applicant's counsel is Terry Koppel, in addition to myself, and Terry is here this evening. He's going to assist with some of the rebuttal here. So we submitted an appeal to the county commissioners, and at the hearing, the commissioners basically said that they had the opinion that that the applicant had other alternatives available to get emergency access, and we disagree with that. We didn't see any other available alternatives for emergency access or to protect the existing sewer lines. So at that, in support of the information submitted to the county, we submitted this letter from the Spurwing, the club at Spurwing, signed by Chris Anderson, one of the owners, indicating that, and by the way, these owners were not the owners of Spurwing when it was approved, when the Olive Tree development was originally approved in 2007. These are new owners. And they indicate in this letter that they will not grant a right for the Olive Tree emergency access through the golf course and on to Chinden. We met with Rod Wagner, who is the neighbor on the southwest corner of the golf property, where immediately to the west of where the former emergency access was located. He indicated in the letter that he's not interested in granting access. He doesn't want to share. He didn't want to let Olive Tree emergency access enter his property. And he also testified at the October 15th hearing of the Planning and Zoning Commission, where he basically said, quote, "I'm just denying any access on my place for this road." I believe, end quote, I believe his position is that he believes that allowing that access is going to impair or potentially impair the value of his property for sale and to a future buyer, and he's just refusing to grant it. So the pending application is for the 20-foot wide gravel road surface. It has a ribbon curb. We're proposing a ribbon curb on both sides, and then perma bark over the gravel, so it won't be dusty or it won't have a typical gravel road appearance to it. And so it blends in. It'll look better than a typical gravel road. At each end of the proposed annex area, we are proposing to build gates as required by the Public Works Department and or the fire department. These would be swinging gates with knock box padlocks on them. My client won't have keys to those boxes. Those were for the emergency vehicles and for the maintenance of the sewer and water lines. And this property will not be used for any public purpose. This is a copy of an approval from the Meridian Fire Department in 2017 to the emergency access. And this slide is a letter from the deputy chief of the Meridian Fire Department indicating that he approved the access location at the proposed annex area, and his only requirement was that knock box padlocks or Knox padlocks, probably saying that wrong, be installed. We have a letter, the next slide is a letter from Suez Water, which basically says that they prefer that their water mains, like the 8-inch water main that is located in this sewer easement granted to the city, be contained in a roadway for ease of access. Oops. I think I lost something here.
Mr. Freeman, if you can wrap up.
Yeah. So, the property subject to annexation all lies on the golf course. The improvements are all at grade. Existing landscaping along with the concept landscape plan we submitted they just don't result in any significant impact to nearby properties. And we request that the council follow the recommendations of staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission and proceed with annexation of the property. And I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mayor?
Councilman Pro.
Thank you for your detailed explanation. That was very helpful. Considering after reading through the entire project folder, there was a lot of detail, both from in the application and from the public testimony. Would you please share some additional thoughts on, I imagine you've read all the public testimony, especially from the homeowners association and surrounding neighbors. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what has been the concerns that have been presented, and how those concerns have been addressed and have they been discussed prior to this meeting. I know that the different testimonies have come in at different times, so I don't know what conversation has been had with the neighbors or with the HOA recently.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, unfortunately, I don't know. I don't believe there's been more discussion with homeowners or the homeowners association. Becky would know that, but unfortunately she's not here, but I don't believe there's been any further communication. We submitted the landscape concept as an attempt to alleviate concerns that came up as to the effect that the location of this emergency access would have on neighboring properties. So we addressed that, and we provided a letter from ITD that indicated that there was no longer access allowed. But unfortunately, some of the majority of the testimony seemed to indicate that this just wasn't the place for emergency access, and there really is no other place. And there was testimony that through the actions of my client or inactions, that we gave up or decided to move the emergency access. And I think from what I presented here previously, that it's clear that ITD took that away, and we're just simply trying to find another location so that the Olive Tree subdivision can be completed as it was approved, in the manner it was approved by the city of Meridian, which requires an emergency access point.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Mark, in quick summary, it seems to really be that the development of this property is capped at 30, and the solution is either what you're proposing or all these houses would have to be sprinkled. Is that right?
Mayor, Councilman Borton, that's exactly correct, Councilman. The developer is, my client is rapidly approaching 30 houses if he's not there now. And any over 30 without the emergency access requires those new homes to be sprinkled, which is costly, and there is some concern that the homes will not be as attractive to potential buyers because they're sprinkled as opposed to normal construction. So as funny as it sounds, I think there's a lot of people that don't mind seeing a sprinkling system in a commercial building, but they don't like those in their home. So in addition, it's a very costly. It'll be costly for the homeowners, increase the price of the lots. And as originally proposed, this olive tree development had, an emergency access at a separate location, which I think benefits everybody in the area. And if this annexation is not allowed and there is no emergency access to olive tree, then even if the homes are sprinkled, there still is only really one way to get into that subdivision. And I don't think that works best for the safety of anybody in the area.
Thanks.
Council, any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had 3 signups in advance, and as well as some people online. Rick Morrison is representing the neighbors.
Okay. Mr. Morrison, if you'd like to come forward, and you'll be recognized for 10 minutes. When he gets it up, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Go ahead now with the name and address. Yes. So my name is Rick Morrison, 3028 West Palata.
Mr. Mayor?
He's getting closer to the mic, Mr. Kavner.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
That's much better. Thank you.
There we go. Rick Morrison, 3028 West Palata Court. I'm a member of the Spurwing Board of Directors, HOA Board of Directors, and representing Palata residents tonight. Okay.
Should be able to use your right arrow to go to the next slide.
Does it move? Okay, sorry, trying to figure out the controls here. A little bit on the background that as far as this road, the Olive Tree Sub has an approved emergency access road that's already approved that connects to Chinden and 10 Mile. That final plot was approved by Meridian City in 2008. In July of 2019, the developer started construction of an alternate unapproved 20-foot wide emergency access road running along the entire length of the residential property located at 3075 West Palata. The developer submitted an application to Ada County only after a cease and desist was issued and after a majority of the construction had been completed. As you can see from the photo here, the golf course views and property value have been negatively impacted by this gravel road. And the road used by people walking, jogging, and biking, even if gated with Knox boxes, which they'll be able to walk around, it'll still be a nuisance to the adjacent residents. Should also be noted that the landscaping that has been proposed will just further add more of a barrier of the residents' pristine view of the golf course and fairway. You can maybe cover the road with a wall, but then you're looking at a wall. Okay, this slide here shows what the parcel looked like prior to the unlawful road construction. You can see on the left and right sides of the fairway, there are stub roads for sewer access. Ada County has litigation in progress to force the developer to restore these stub roads back to the original condition. No annexation or action is required by Meridian City for this to occur. Here's an aerial view of the same parcel showing the unapproved road constructed without a permit over the 4th of July weekend in 2019. And you can see here, I will overlay it on the next slide. Here is the original stub road and where it exists. Just to the left of it there, that is a golf cart path, that little small path there. But you can see that the original stub road was unobtrusive to the adjacent residents. It didn't even go past the front yard. It did not go down the side and through their whole backyard in view of the fairway there. Ada County Development denied both the developer's application and his appeal. The commissioners upheld Ada County Development's decision that the road would be injurious to adjacent property owners. While Ada County Commissioner Visser had suggested the developer could pursue annexation with Meridian City, it should be made very clear that the Board of Ada County Commissioners was not in favor of the proposed road. Ada County has required that the land be returned to its original condition with the previously installed stub roads that would provide adequate sewer access. To date, the developer has refused to do so, and Ada County has filed suit this past June. The developer is now requesting Meridian City to circumvent Ada County's ruling. It should be noted that the Balata residents are not against annexation of the subject property, but are strongly against the installation of the 20-foot wide emergency access road on the property when alternate, less impactful solutions exist. Let's talk about those solutions. Solution number one, which the applicant has not taken seriously or made a serious attempt at pursuing, is the original approved Chinden 10-mile emergency access road. It is still a viable option according to ITD in Exhibit 3, and it was also in the applicant's narrative. The originally approved location is also the safest, least redundant, and quickest approach for emergency vehicles. Developer let his ITD permit for that approach expire in June 2009, and the developer has made no effort since 2009 to renew his permit or application, and even after the Meridian P&Z commissioners hearing, which they suggested he go pursue an application again, nothing has been pursued there. The Chinden 10-mile widening and light signal installation did truly result in the removal of the developer's original 2008 approach, but ITD's modifications to Chinden did not necessitate relocation of the road, as the applicant's narrative would lead you to believe. There appears to be sufficient space to install the access road in its original location without crossing onto the adjacent Wagner Farms property or conflicting with the Chinden 10-mile signal. Solution two, as already mentioned, Meridian Planning and Zoning, as summarized in the staff report, and Commissioner Yearsley have proposed an alternate solution that is a win-win for all involved. No emergency access road is required if all homes beyond the first 30 have an installed sprinkler system. The proposal will add $5,000 to $10,000 per home. That's a 0.5 to 1.5 increase in the average selling price, and that is carried through to the buyer and not even handled, an issue for the developer. This would be the neighborhood's preferred and recommended solution. Let's talk about the developer claims. The developer claims a 20-foot wide road has always existed along the resident's property line. That is untrue. The 2007 plot map shows no existing road. Adjacent property owners have submitted substantial photos confirming this, and the satellite views provided by the developer are intended to mislead Meridian P&Z and City Council. Let's take a look at those photos. What you see there that's being described as an existing gravel road is simply disturbed earth where the sewer lines were installed. And you can see the sewer line runs down the left-hand side, crosses the fairway, and then runs south to the olive tree property. You can see where it crosses the fairway there. That is not a road. So if it's the same thing, you're seeing disturbed earth there from the satellite view, and that's no more a road across the fairway than it is down the right-hand side. The developer claims that an access road is required over the sewer and water lines for maintenance purposes. Sewer access is only required to the manhole covers. This requirement was previously met with the stub roads, which Ada County is demanding be reinstalled. So as water does not require, they may prefer, but they don't require an access road to be installed. Meridian sewer easement from the applicant's narrative is shown here. The applicant claims that a continuous road is needed down the property line of 3075 West Balata for maintenance reasons. If a continuous road is required there, then a continuous road should also be put in across the fairway in 3 other locations where the sewer lines run. It does not make sense that you demand a continuous road in one location and not in the other locations. Developer has submitted a letter from the club at Spurwing stating the club will not allow the road in its original proposed location. The club at Spurwing has no authority on this matter as they are tenants and leased the property in 2011 with full knowledge of the planned emergency access road, which was public record since 2007. The developer also claims that Wagner Farms will not allow the previously approved road. It should be noted that Rod Wagner is a long-time friend of the developer, and nothing has changed since 2008 to prevent construction of the road in its original approved location. The road does not need to cross onto Wagner's property. The Chinden 10-mile widening and light signal installation did not result in removal of the original approach. Sorry, did result in removal of the original approach, but does not inhibit the original plan. It should also be noted in 2019 that the developer agreed to provide an easement to Wagner Farms, allowing them to widen their entrance onto the developer's property. But now, even though we don't believe it's necessary, Mr. Wagner claims that he will not allow the same. Developer claims the new proposed location has already been approved by Meridian City. While it was on the plot map in 2007, it should be noted that anything Meridian City approved back in 2007 was only changes and modifications on Meridian City property and not Ada County jurisdiction. Let's talk about the Meridian City staff report. Staff claims that the county's denial of the site modification is therefore required this to be moved to Meridian City so that access to the public utilities can be maintained. Ada County has already demanded with pending litigation that the sewer access stub roads be reinstalled to satisfy public utility access. There's no need for this to be approved to get that maintenance that's needed to the sewer lines. Staff also claims that the modifications at the Chinden and 10-mile intersection have made it that made this alternate location a necessity. That's also not true. As shown in exhibits 3 and 4, the original proposed location is still viable, and this was confirmed by ITD in December 2019. The developer has simply chosen not to pursue this option, and even at the advice of Meridian Planning and Zoning Commissioners has not pursued that option since. The ITD 2019 report was not available to staff at the time the original staff report was written. Staff concludes the report with the applicant has the option of fire sprinkler additional homes beyond the 30, and that is our recommendation. In summary, Ada County has been very clear that the new proposed road location would be injurious and a nuisance to adjacent property owners. Please do not allow the developer to circumvent Ada County's decision and ruling. The developer has made minimal effort to follow up on recommendations made by the P&Z commissioners. As Mr. Freeman had already alluded to, there's been no contact with the HOA since the P&Z hearing or even prior since the Ada County hearings. There's been basically minimal effort from the developer to work on a common solution here. A continuous road is not required for sewer and water access. Ada County has pending litigation forcing the developer to restore the original stub roads for utility access. No action needs to be taken by Meridian and the council to restore the sewer water maintenance access. An alternate solution has been proposed by Meridian P&Z with the fire chief approval involving installation of the fire sprinklers in the remaining olive tree homes, which won't negatively impact the existing homeowners' property values. A lot of residents support the solution to the problem. Annexation is not required, nor should proceed until the developer returns the land back to its original state as demanded by Ada County. If the developer and the city council continue to pursue an emergency access road as the solution, the original 2007 to 2008 proposed and approved emergency access is the safest, least redundant, and quickest approach. If that's required, that is what should be considered and has not been taken seriously by the developer. I want to show just a couple other slides here. This exhibit here shows the original emergency road location in purple. As you can see, the current proposed location requires basically 60% of the of the path to the original entrance to the olive tree is redundant. And you also have to pass by the club at Spurwing, which is your most likely restricted pathway due to cars parked on both sides of the roadway, et cetera, during club events.
Rick, if you could please wrap up.
And the only other exhibit I will show here is this is just a satellite view showing it's still feasible to put that road into its original location. You can see marked on the satellite view here, the location of the light signal poles. They are set back plenty far enough to allow this option. And you can see there kind of straight on view showing how much space there is. Again, we believe that the win-win solution is the sprinkler system. You know, we're not pushing for this road. We think the sprinkler system is the right solution. However, if a road is needed, this original location is the right choice.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Rick, if you wouldn't mind, when Mr. Foley showed the letters and whatnot, quickly reading through, and they were in the packet, but it appeared to me ITD removed that any option in 2016 for that 10-mile. I mean, that, you know, it would be wonderful if that would be workable, but it appears that they take out any option for access from Chinden. Could you delve into that a little further for me to?
Sure. In 2014, there's in the file, there's a letter from ITD that there would be installation of a signal and widening of Chinden. And they had asked the developer to resubmit plans or to give them a call basically and be in contact to work through a new solution. That did not happen. The developer did not pursue that. In 2016, I believe, is when the signal was installed and the widening. ITD removed the approach, which was just natural part of the widening and installation of the signals. If they were, you know, that approach had to be removed. But there's still ample space there to go and reconstruct the approach and the original road. At least that is our belief. And we've been in contact with ITD. They said they stand by their 2019 letter that's in the file, that you know, it is still possible to put in emergency access there, and that you know, other than that, they're not willing to discuss it further unless the applicant or the developer puts in an application.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, one last thing is we believe that if you look at that satellite view, that the road would come right up to the edge of the developer's property line and would basically merge with the existing Wagner Road. And ITD did say they did want a common approach. They don't want two roads coming off the intersection. We understand that.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to comment on that too, one of the things, it's not about just sprinklers. I mean, we medical calls are probably a higher volume than the fire calls and police action. So we definitely need emergency access somewhere to make sure everybody has that access. So appreciate you recommending sprinklers, but there's more to it than just that fire option. Thank you.
Yeah, we just simply would prefer to see the developer take the original approach seriously and actually put in the application with ITD and pursue that route. We do believe it's still a viable option, even though we do believe the sprinklers are.
Council, any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Clark, who was next on the?
Next, we have Greg Stock.
You can state your name and address for the record and speak clearly into one of the microphones.
Everybody can hear that okay? Okay, my name is Greg Stock. I live at 2915 West Bellata Court. Thank you for this opportunity this evening to go over this once again, but I appreciate it. Hopefully in the near future, we can all get together without masks and looking like a bank robbers convention, see each other's faces. I'll try to be brief, but if I could take a second and expand on that question. The fire chief has in fact said sprinklers meet the fire department's requirements. I mean, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but for purposes of what's needed from the fire department, sprinklers meet it. That's according to your staff report. So anyway, oh, that was tough on me too. Let me just offer I'm sorry, before I get into my time, Bill Parsons asked me to bring up something. I sent him a message yesterday. The developer's landscape plan shows the two bar gates or Knox gates. Instead of one at each end of the proposed road, they're within 100 feet of each other at the southwest end of the proposed road right off of Cantini. I don't know what that's about, but Bill asked me to bring that up to council so you would be aware of it. Now, for my time, what I was going to say, and again, there's 2 points here. This offer of annexation is nothing more than a smokescreen, and Mr. Freeman expanded that smokescreen again this evening. The application tonight's hearing is about 2 separate issues. The city's right and the need to have access for maintenance to its sewer lines and fire safety for these houses. The applicant has tried to blend these all together in an effort to make a city believe he's doing you a favor. Truth is, the city's need for fire or for maintenance access can be met with the city doing nothing. This annexation of this minuscule piece of property serves no purpose. Mr. Freeman did in fact point out that you already have an easement. Ada County has demanded that the applicant restore the property. He's come to you to avoid being able to do that or having to do that. If you take no action, in fact, you would be well suited to join Ada County suit since you're really the damaged party. Get the property restored and let the applicant do another project. The other section is fire protection. You already heard the route that was proposed, tried to slip through under cover of darkness over a long weekend, has been heard and found to be inappropriate. It is not an appropriate route through the neighborhood for all the reasons that my neighbor brought up. There have been suggestions made. The applicant has actively blocked or ignored or worked around. A good example is Mr. Wagner and the club's last minute letters saying they won't allow this. Both of those are friends of the applicants and should be weighed in that application. Yes, sir, they are. Okay, Mr. Wagner, for example, has worked for him for 40 years. Okay. In any event, there are solutions, okay? He doesn't want to do any of these solutions. I'm asking you here tonight that the city does not allow themselves to be a party to the manipulation by this applicant to avoid the jurisdiction of the Ada County Court. You can meet your needs by not acting to annex. That's all. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, who's our next?
Mr. Mayor, our final sign up in advance is Gretchen Singh.
Say your name and address for the record, please.
Gretchen Sang, can you guys hear me?
I'm going to turn to, I can hear, but I don't know if other people can. Just speak as close as you can.
Okay. Gretchen Sang, I live at 3075 West Bellata Court, the home that's most closely impacted by this. I want to make it clear to you guys that never once has Jock Hewitt contacted us to discuss this since the planning and zoning thing. We're neighbors. We live 2 streets away. My husband golfs, right? I mean, they've golfed together. The landscaping, first time I saw this was yesterday when my neighbor brought it to my attention. So it's just crazy. They haven't even tried to work with us. We moved in knowing that there'd be olive tree behind us, and we're perfectly fine with that because there wasn't a road next to our house and it was never even proposed, never discussed with us before it was put in. I just happened to see it the morning before I left to go on vacation. And that's when all of this started. So I feel like solutions could have been made had they had the courtesy to contact us. We're not unreasonable people. Further proof of the fact that we're not unreasonable people is the fact that this road has been next to my home for the last 1.5 years. And my dogs grew up in our home for 6 years with golfers coming by, perfectly fine with golfers. All of a sudden we have walkers, joggers, bikers, dogs off leash. We rehomed a dog because of this, trying to be responsible people because he's protective and we have dogs on our property, people going by all the time. So We've really tried to be reasonable adults about this. Fire sprinklers, to me, obviously the best solution. If emergency access is a big concern, which I understand, it makes zero sense to have that emergency access be in a location where you would have to pass by the road to get to the home. If you can't get into the home, how could you get to where the emergency access is? It makes zero sense. If you remember the slide from Rick's presentation, you have a little purple road that would get you from, Chinden straight to the community. When you have an emergency, minutes, seconds matter. To have to go past the entrance to it, which somehow was blocked if you couldn't use it, to go past it further, or to go all the way down Chinden, and it's crazy. People's lives are not going to be saved by that. And then again, to point out, I really hope it doesn't come to this, but if this is the road, this is my home here. This is where the Knox box should be. To have two right here makes zero sense. So most of the information was in Rick's presentation. We worked together on that. So I don't want to go over things that have already happened, but I do want to make it clear that Becky in Engineering Solutions has said over and over and over that we've had a gravel pathway next to our home. We moved in 2013. I hope you guys took the chance to look at all of the pictures I submitted showing there was zero. It was grass. That wasn't gravel that got grown over. So, I mean, the pictures are there. I really hope you look at this. They've just tried to manipulate this over and over, and I hope you guys see through that.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So part of what I'm trying to piece together is that it sounds like this road primarily impacts your property and not a lot of other homeowners in Spurwing. So I'm curious as to the amount of response that we've received from the HOA and the other pieces of testimony, how those individuals have or are being directly impacted. And so I'm just trying to kind of understand how this has kind of become a bigger Spurwing issue when it seems like this primarily just passes by your property. Is it because of the bikers and walkers and joggers that are connecting to, from one area of the sub to the other through this path? Or help us understand, help me understand that if you would.
I didn't mean to cut you off there. Sorry. We definitely have increased traffic down our street for that. I don't think anyone on the regular street probably minds about that, but separate issue. But we all bought homes on a cul-de-sac, and due to something else dealing with development and a street that connects between the Greens, Spurwing Greens and West Pilata, we've had, I believe they're called traffic studies done. We have 500 to 600 cars driving down our street every day. It's about like one every minute during peak hours. So there's many issues going on with our street, and this is just insult to injury right now.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Gretchen, if you could, I want to follow up right there at the end. You talked about the Knox box and the 100 feet. Can you go over that again? I'm not sure I quite understand.
I can show you. I actually highlighted on here. This is my property right here. When there was conversation about Knox boxes, here you have the road that was supposed to be just for people to go to between Spurwing Greens and the club. It's supposed to be 10 cars a day, 600. Here you have that. There should be a gate up here and then a gate here at Olive Tree. There is a gate here and a gate here in their plan. Super weird.
Okay, thank you, Gretchen. Got it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I'm wondering if those who are remote were able to understand what the applicant or what Gretchen was saying.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
it would be better to share screen. We can see the video of her and understand that she's held up the plat and where she's referencing on it, so we can sort of piece it together, the reference with regards to the gate. But it would be better to share screens for sure.
Mr. Johnson is getting that up.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't realize that.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to share this to Zoom now.
If I can just do a quick poll of our city council members, I typically have said I've tried to give us a break about 8 o'clock. Would we like a break after the conclusion of the public testimony before we go into further conversations? Yes, no, thumbs up for break, thumbs down for no break. Okay, all right. After we conclude public testimony, we'll plan on taking a break.
Mr. Mayor,
Are you able to see that from?
there's
that
so much
small-
shadow, it's not, no, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll scan it so you'll see it at the appropriate time. And if we need to, we can invite you back up for any additional comments. I think it'll be pretty self-explanatory. The description just would have it in the wrong place. And we've lost our clerk, so I don't know if we have anybody else. I can't bring anybody else in on Zoom to testify. You can go ahead and have a seat, but we do have one other person. Any of you like to come forward and testify, please do so. Yep. And just why state your name and address for the record, and if there's anybody on Zoom who would like to testify, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom, and we can bring you in after this person. If you can say your name and address for the record.
Hello. Tony Sang, 3075 West Bellata. I apologize. I thought I had signed, my wife had signed me up. But I'd like to say just a few things. Back to the whole Jock, even Mark, the builder there, Don Flynn, we're all members of the club. I see Jock probably once a month. He golfs 2-3 times a week. So, you know, I consider him a friend, and he was advised, or I would have loved for him to talk to us and say, hey, this is what's going on. What can we do? Can we work together? And in fact, before he did all the tree, he showed me the plat. I was one of the earlier guys at the club to show me. He's showing me his plans, et cetera, et cetera. And when this all happened, we even sat down talking. I said, Jock, you have my number in your phone. Just call me. Let's work together. Let's figure out a solution. Let's not turn this into an adversarial situation. I mean, Mark, I play golf, Mark too. And the whole thing that bothers me most is that they have these opportunities to kind of do the right thing. And we moved, and I hate to admit it because I know it's adversarial, but we've been here for 8 years from out of state. And when we moved here, Idaho seemed like a good old boys network, and Jock kind of did what he wanted, and things got pushed through, and that's what we saw. And this to me is like him doing that all over again. I know my wife referenced that street, and I know that has nothing to do with this situation, but that was just another example of that just getting railroaded through. And to answer, I think your question, the neighbors care because if there is an emergency and there's a fire truck going 30 miles an hour down or 50 miles an hour down our street, they have kids, there's people living on that street. That's not the right path. Not only do they have to go down our residential street to go around to Olive Tree, they have to pass through 3 gates. And that just makes no logical sense to me. And I know that's been mentioned, and people have said to me, Jock doesn't want to do it because he spent money on the road. It's gonna cost him 30 grand to take it out. So F it. You know, we'll get it through, we'll annex the land. Meridian has to approve us because they give us a plat. So if they don't approve us, they'll get sued. I'm like, oh, man, just because I just hate to see that being the reason that he gets his way, you know, and this is not a pride thing. Our property is adversely affected, and they have made no attempts, zero, to even talk to us. And maybe we could have worked something out, but P&Z told them, talk to the neighbors. We'll talk to them. You know, and I thank all my neighbors for coming out to support this situation, but it's just more of the same BS. So sorry to vent, not much to add, except for just some background of, you know, everyone is a neighbor there. I mean, from the builder to landowner to Chris Anderson, who we all play golf with too. And I just don't get why it has to turn into this. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. That was our last public person who's in the room, and no one online has indicated they wish to testify. So council, why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? We'll come back at 8:15 for the applicant's final comments and go from there. So we'll take a 10-minute recess. Council, as soon as I see one more council member and our applicant. There's our council member. As we see the applicant, we'll come back. And there's the applicant. So with that, I'll go ahead and bring us out of recess. And I will turn this over to the applicant for final comments. You're recognized for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to make a presentation to you this evening. I'll try to keep this concise and brief. The council has heard the concerns of some of the neighbors about this there's sort of concerns that this, if approved, this location is going to turn out to be a public street. That's not the case. This is never going to be a public street. It's emergency access. There'll be gates and lock boxes at each end. As a matter of fact, and this may, I couldn't see the document that was being circulated. I presume that it, during the testimony of one of the folks, I presumed it was the photograph of the, it was from the landscaping proposal, and it showed 2 gates on it. And maybe I can clarify that. One of the gates didn't appear on that list, and that's the gate that's at the very north end of the annex, the proposed annex area, right up by Balata Court. There will be a gate and a lockbox up there, okay? Then there's going to be another lockbox at the boundary of where that annexed area, emergency road, comes into Olive Tree subdivision. And actually, that's going to be a lockbox with a gate. There actually is going to be a 3rd gate, because the area from the cul-de-sac, and maybe I can, I don't know, I don't think I have this. It's in the city's documentation, but the cul-de-sac that this emergency access is going to tie in Olive Tree is going to have a 3rd gate. And that's really there so the people don't drive on the access road, even the portions that are inside of Olive Tree. I don't know if that makes any sense, but there's 3 gates. So from my standpoint, it ought to be better. It's better than 2 gates. The fact that people have been walking and jogging and riding bikes in the easement area is a bit surprising. As a member of the club, I know that it's not appropriate. Walking and recreating on the golf course, not allowed. Part of our response to that is that when the county submitted the cease and desist order, we stopped. And we stopped because we were ordered to. And the gate didn't go up. The work wasn't completed. So it is open. It is open now. And it's possible that people have been using it as an access point because it's just there's nothing to prevent that. So that's not going to happen. When the gates are installed, the 3 gates, the 2 lock boxes, and the area is improved, it's not going to be available. It's not going to be open to the public. I'm sensitive again to the residents. And again, many of them are acquaintances and friends. Tony's right. I played golf with Tony, nice fella. But a lot of their concerns are, in my opinion, respectfully, I think they're misdirected. They have issues, severe issues. They have had issues with the connection to Spurwing Greens, which my client, Jock Hewitt, and the entities he owns had nothing to do with. They don't own Spurwing Greens. They didn't open that up. They're not responsible for the number of cars that are allegedly coming through there. That's been a concern of theirs. This is not that type of a concern. This is an emergency access. There's been some sort of insinuations that that my client, just does things and violates laws. It's interesting because when my client applied for the city of Meridian to make the improvements to this proposed emergency access area, nobody even understood that county approval of anything, especially an amendment of their conditional use permit, was required. Nobody at the city who issued all these approvals mentioned it. And I'm not saying that the city's job is to do that, but the city didn't know it. My client was not aware of it. And what did it do when it received a cease and desist order? It stopped. And it is true that the county filed suit to have the property restored to some prior condition. There's a question what the prior condition is based upon what you've heard. My understanding is that the county has decided to sit on that. They've taken no action in that lawsuit, and they're waiting for a determination from the city of Meridian, because if this emergency access annexation is approved, it's a moot issue. They won't need to proceed with it. And there's not some nefarious, there have also been indications at this meeting, more maybe at the P&Z, that my client came in and did this on the 4th of July and, tried to slip this by the neighbors. That didn't happen. It just was a coincidence that that's the time the work was performed. And if it was an attempt to avoid a problem, it sure didn't work. The landscaping plans, we had the understanding from the P&Z meeting that that's what the P&Z wanted us, the commissioners wanted us to submit. So we did. We didn't go talk to the neighbors about what type of bushes or where the bushes should be. But we didn't have the understanding that we were supposed to do that. So we turned it over to a professional who prepared the concept plan based upon their opinion as to what the type of appropriate landscaping would be to shield this. We have always felt that the ribbon curb, the permabark is much better than gravel, much less obvious in any way, easier to maintain, and not an eyesore for the neighbors, especially the things. The landscaping, it sounds now from the testimony today, I'm wondering, we thought that P&Z wanted landscaping, so we submitted it, and we don't have to have landscaping. If the neighbors feel that the landscaping is an issue and will ultimately obstruct their view of the golf course, then we don't need to put the landscaping in. We just did that, submitted that at the request of the P&Z. We're not just talking about fire sprinklers. Again, we're talking about public safety. And as pointed out by Councilmember Hoagland, there's other reasons to have to get a vehicle, an emergency vehicle to a house quickly, or to have a second route. And that second route sometimes isn't perfect. It may be faster to come off of Chinnen, but that's not even a remote possibility any longer. That's gone. So if the second route to the property is through Spurwing Greens and around, that at least is another emergency access for an ambulance or other type of emergency vehicle should something happen over on the entrance, the main entrance to the Spurwing golf course in that area. It's important to remember, because this keeps getting hashed out, ITD revoked the permit. My client didn't lose it because they were inactive. ITD took the permit away. That approach was constructed and installed. It was done. It was approved. That was taken away. And that what was the reason for that? Well, it was because Walmart, I mean, I'm not blaming anybody. That was lost because Walmart was approved by the city. And as a condition of the Walmart approval, there were improvements required to be made to the intersection of Chinden and 10 Mile. So that's why the easement went away. We need to talk, I guess, address this issue of, is there room there to allow emergency access from Olive Tree subdivision to Chinden without going on Mr. Wagner, the adjacent neighbor's property? No, simply no, there is not room. If you look at the letter from ITD, it talks about a joint access. It's not like we can go in today and construct an improvement, and I still think that light pole is right in the way, but even if there was enough land on the Spurwing side, that would be an access that would have to be tied in with Rod Wagner's, who's made it clear, friend of folks in the area or not, that he's not going to allow it. And that ITD has never said that we can have two accesses there. So it requires Rod Wagner and he won't consent. So that's just the end of that issue. There will be no emergency access ever from Chinden unless Rod Wagner changes his mind and the owners of the Spurwing Country Club, the lessee, the tenant, who is a new tenant, consents to allow changes to be made in the way the access runs through their golf course between the green on number 2 and on number 3. In conclusion, maybe it's self-serving, but I think this is an asset to the city of Meridian. There's a sewer easement there. There are sewer manholes there. It's an asset to the city to have that protected. If this property were just to be, you can't drive a 75,000-pound vac truck across a fairway. I don't know what the issue is. My client wasn't involved in the other locations where maybe the sewer line crosses the golf course. But you are protecting by approving this annexation route and authorizing it to be used as emergency access. You're protecting the city's easement. You're protecting the Suez water, 10-inch water main. And I think you're also protecting at least the residents of Olive Tree subdivision who will have another location where emergency vehicles can enter their subdivision, in the unlikely event that there is ever a blockage at the other location. So we would appreciate you following the recommendations of your staff and the P&Z Commission, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Thank you. Council? Any additional questions, comments needed before any motions?
Mr. Mayor, question for Mark.
Councilman Hogan.
Mark, explain to me again about Mr. Wagner's property and not having enough room. There's assertions are made that there is room, there was an easement there. What happened to it? And I completely understand if Mr. Wagner does not want his property used for any easement, he absolutely has that right. In fact, I think Mr. Stock took my shaking head when he said they're friends, and he said, no, it doesn't matter if they're friends or not. He has a right to do what he wants with his property there. So if he says no, it's no. So, but my question to you is that access point that had been there at one time before, like I said, it looked like to me that in 2016 that was removed. And you mentioned they revoked the permit. But why is that room not there any longer? If you could answer that for me, please.
I hope I can, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland. The access, first of all, the previous emergency access onto Chinden did not touch. It was wholly on the property, the golf course property. It did not enter upon or infringe in any way upon Mr. Wagner's property. So it was totally separate. And it was built and constructed. It had an approach to it. It was constructed. And then when ITD revoked the permit, they removed the approach, and there simply is not enough room. And that's inferred by the ITD the communications with ITD. They don't have a problem with the location there, but you have to read into what they're saying. They're saying that it's a joint access for both parcels. There is the location that was there is gone. For there to be a new location approved by ITD, it requires the cooperation of the neighbor, Mr. Wagner. And he said no. So it's sort of a catch-22. If he says no, there might be a way if he changed his mind to have a joint access, but there's only one that's allowed there. So we can't build our own access now. That ITD will not allow that. ITD will allow something in the future that combines access for both parcels, but that's not what Mr. Wagner is willing to do.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
I guess it's not a question for Mr. Freeman, so I'll hold my question.
Yeah. And I don't have a question, just a comment, and it's a different agency. I can only, in my subdivision, we have half a road that is currently built. It's an ACHD access. The other half will be built when the other property develops. So at least ACHD has shown an ability to not have the complete road constructed. It's a joint access for Tuscany and what will be the Albertsons portion of that development, the residential portion, but I have seen joint things develop separately. And I guess, I don't know if anyone would know the answer is when the Wagner property does choose to develop, is that where they will have to take access from? Is that location? Again, not part of this project, but I'm just don't know if the answer is already been decided for a future development. And that
I'm not, Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm not sure. I presume you're sort of asking a question. I'm not sure I'm the one that can answer it, but I can tell you that yes, there are situations where people build a road plus 12, right? 12 feet, they build the portion of a road and the developer on the other side builds the other portion. But I don't think that's at a location like this where 10 Mile and Chinden, extremely busy intersection is set up. I don't think that is an approach that can work in this location. And again, ITD is telling us they're open to a cooperative deal, but it requires the owner of the adjacent parcel, and we can't get that. So I'm sort of going around, I apologize, but.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
So would you share with us, Mark, about the timing of this? So you have a deadline that's looming with this. It sounds like that you're not that concerned about the Ada County lawsuit. So, what's your time frame? Because we know that Wagner has an approval for a project. I don't know what his timing is or when he's planning on moving forward with it, but I mean, is there going to be, I don't know, it's been a while since we approved that, so I don't recall the details, whether or not that he's going to be required to build an emergency access to his property as well. So talk through why now that this needs to be approved and that there wouldn't be additional time to work through some of these concerns.
Well, first off, as I indicated in my presentation, my client is at 30 homes constructed. So this is the tipping point now for the lack of emergency access. And so that's the urgency. As far as what Mr. Wagner is going to do with his property, I don't, he's made it clear, again, he testified at the last P&Z meeting that he will not allow access, that he believes it impairs his marketability of his property, and he's not going to allow it. So I don't think the issue of what he is doing or going to do with his property is really that relevant at this point in time. We need emergency access. And even though, you know, there's 30 homes that are either constructed or in the process of being constructed in Olive Tree, and they don't have emergency access. And that was not my client's fault that they lost their emergency access. That was other reasons as we've gone on and on about. And I think they're entitled to their emergency access. And this location, the improvements at grade, this is an acceptable alternative to that. I don't think delaying it is going to make anything better or change anything.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
Mark, in the file, there's that letter from ITD, December 9th, 2019, that references, I think, what you're talking about, the loss of that access to Chinden. Looks like back in June of 2014. Due to the proximity of the emergency access to that traffic pole, the gated emergency access was removed. Is that
correct.
Okay.
That's correct, Councilman, Mr. Mayor. That's correct, Mr. Borton.
Mr. Mayor, just a follow up on a different topic. You referenced landscaping. Do you know whether or not your client would be opposed to having that sit down with the property owner adjacent to the road and discuss landscaping that they think would be most suitable if they want lower landscaping, for example, that they would be sort of a cooperative discussion to try and have the landscaping that P&Z recommended be something that the adjacent landowner would also be appreciative to have and wouldn't obstruct you?
I'm sorry, I stepped on you there, Joe. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton, Council. Yes, we would be willing to sit down, especially with the nearest neighbors and the folks involved there and discuss and get their opinion. If they don't like the proposal that we submitted, we'd be willing to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question of staff?
Councilman Hoagland.
Kyle, Public Works. In the photographs we saw, there was the gravel path to the manhole cover. This is on the north side, and I forget the name of that street that you're coming off of, but that was for Public Works to access that manhole cover to do any camera work or cleaning, whatever's necessary. Is there another manhole cover in that stretch, or is it in the street in the Olive Tree development that's there? Where's that other manhole cover? And I guess my question is, do you need complete access through that area from point A to point B, from street to street?
Mayor, Councilman Hoagland. Actually, I believe from the aerials, it looked like the access from the street to the manholes was actually asphalt. And there's a manhole on the north side and a manhole on the south side, and then there's a manhole across the fairway as well. And there's access to all those manholes from the streets that they are closest to. I believe the easement has a 14-foot, I guess I should say, a 14-foot gravel access road on the east side of the fairway from north to south, the area that we're talking about, which probably over the last 12 years, eventually 3/4 minus road base will grow grass. But I spoke to Warren Stewart, city engineer, this morning about this, and I believe the reason that gravel access road wasn't required across the fairway was probably just a part of the deal to get the easement. And the important thing was that the vac truck had access to the manholes. And if the vac truck has access to the manholes, it can clean from one manhole to the other. It doesn't have to drive from one manhole to the other. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Follow up.
Councilman Hogan.
And this is kind of an unfair question, but Suez access to water line, any idea? I mean, they just need access if there's an emergency or rupture, some sort of, are you aware of that? I don't think we have a representative of Suez to ask that question, so
Yeah, Mayor,
it's unfair to you. I'm sorry, Kyle.
That's okay, because we have water mains too, Mayor, Councilman. I believe our requirement for the gravel access road generally is, especially when there's a water main involved, would be if it's an undeveloped area. But unlike sewers, water mains, you really can't maintain them. They're either working or they break, and then you got to go fix them. So as long as there's an easement and the landscaping and other permanent fixtures aren't installed in the easement, then that's good enough for water.
Thank you, Kyle.
And Kyle, just to follow up, would it be more expensive to repair a water break if you had to repair a road as compared to other material, or does it, I mean, to me, it seems like a lot easier to go through dirt than it does to go through a road, but what do I know? I don't do construction.
Mayor, I agree with that. I mean, especially if it's under pavement, you gotta do surface restoration. So you gotta restore whatever it is that water main destroys when it breaks.
Thank you. Council, for the comments, questions, discussion before closing the public hearing on possible next steps now or in the future.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
So just to clarify, it sounds like after talking to Kyle that Public Works nor Suez wouldn't be this proposed access, whatever, isn't completely necessary for them. They can still, sounds like, do what they need to do without there being a road. In fact, I think I heard that maybe it would be easier for them to do what they do without a road right there. And if that's true, it almost sounds like this is strictly an emergency access issue for police or fire, first responders, whatever. And the reason why they're asking for it is because their previous emergency access has been taken away because of what was explained earlier. So the synopsis of what we're talking about is basically that. I just wanted to confirm before we close the public hearing. Did I get that right?
I guess so. One point of clarification on that east side of the fairway. City engineer wanted to make it clear that there was a 14-foot, I want to say gravel, but it's really 3/4 minus road base. There was a 14-foot road between those two manholes, although it's not absolutely necessary to clean those manholes, but that's what I just wanted to make it clear that is what he wanted to remain, because that's what was there from the beginning.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Borton brought up a good point, something that I've been thinking about for a little while, and that is the possibility of sitting down with the developer and the Changs and discussing what a possible landscape option would be? Or are the homeowners open to that conversation?
We will always have a conversation with anyone who wants to discuss this situation, right? And so, yes, 100% I like to discuss it. I just, you know, I guess I can't comment on it further than that. The answer is yes.
Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
I want to ask Mr. Neri a question. The applicant is requesting annexation. And, you know, there's litigation going on. We have a sewer line, there's water lines there. I think everyone's in agreement. Easement needs to be provided for those features. We need to have some sort of access, whether it's through or to, not decided. The litigation can go away if we annex, but that does not necessarily mean we have to grant emergency access through that property. We could still annex and resolve that issue later. Is that an option for us? I'm just trying to explore options here.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Hoagland, I mean, I think their primary intent here is the emergency access because of the cap on the building permits that are allowed. But yes, you can annex with a limitation on what access is on that roadway. But again, you can't really do it much later because you're going to have to make it part of a development agreement. So it really wouldn't be something that you could push down the road very far. You'd have to probably like a month really work out whatever those details are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Deputy Chief.
figured I'll go ahead and jump in. Mayor and City Council, I just wanted to kind of tag on to what Councilman Hoagland stated. The access is for, because of the fire code, they are over 30 houses in that subdivision. So with that, there has to be secondary access. Like one of the homeowners stated, yeah, it's not a great access, but it does give us access. So the way I always like to talk to the developers is I tell them, okay, I use the plane crash scenario. A plane crashes at Bellata Court and Olive Tree there at the entrance. And now we have no access to any of those houses back there. Now, if they were all sprinklered and one of them was on fire, then hopefully we would have a little more time. The sprinklers would give us more time. But a more real scenario would be an active shooter. In that scenario, if someone up near the front of that subdivision is, put themselves in their house and they have a long weapon, they have pretty much shut down that whole subdivision. That scenario happened a couple weeks ago up off of Chateau, where the particular gentleman had locked himself in the corner. On the house he was in was on a corner, and so pretty much Chateau and 3 streets around it were all locked down, and he had there was no other access to get to them. So in this scenario, the emergency access is not just for fire. It is for police, and it is also for EMS as well. So that is one reason why we would like to see the emergency access put in. So if everybody can come to some kind of agreement, make it look pretty, whatever. I love what Becky had done with the ribbon curbing. I think it looks great. But that's just my opinion. But anyway, so that's a more real scenario to tag along with what Councilman Hoagland said. Is this is really more of a if there's a police incident where police needs to get in there, that's why we need that secondary access. yes, a police car can run across a green a little easier than an 80,000 pound fire engine. But that's the reason why I am in support of the emergency access.
Mr. Mayor.
Deputy, yeah, Mr. Levy.
Not to put a wrinkle in this, but that is a fire code rule. And if it's controlled by a Knox box, the fire department's the only one that has access to the emergency access. A police car or a ambulance would not have access to that emergency access unless you put an Opticon reader on there that we could get access. Not to say that it does or does not happen, but I've never seen an emergency vehicle use a emergency access ever. So in reality, it meets code. In practicality, it's hardly ever used.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, just to
Councilman Hoagland.
talk through this a little further, there's lots of reasons why to do this and lots of reasons not to do this. And one of the concerns I have is we talk about making it nice, making it pretty, because, you know, the neighbors have a view. I mean, you're on a golf course, you got a beautiful fairway. You want to, you paid a pretty penny for that view and you want to, you know, make sure that that stays. And there is no walking path, there's no Meridian Parks, you know, green belt through there or anything like that. And we talk about making it look good. Well, then it kind of becomes an attractive nuisance. So are those gates going to be enough to keep people out? People being people, hey, let's walk through there. And now you've got this, you know, we're almost inviting people to come through there, even though that's completely not our intent. We need a surface, if that's the emergency access, to make it work for these 80,000 pound fire trucks. So that's a dilemma. I certainly see the neighbor's point of view. You know, landscaping, surfacing. I don't know how far we would get in a discussion like that, just because they're at odds there on that. And that's why I'm always interested in that other access and looking through the documentation. And it's always good to read through it again after you hear the testimony, because you read it one way and now all of a sudden you heard some arguments, go, okay, now I can see what they mean when you read it with those in mind. So, but there's a lot here. It's a hard to know for sure why we don't have that emergency access off. I know it's ITD and they have their ways to come off of Chinden with a 20-foot wide off Wagner's property, that gates and everything else, Opticons or not Knox boxes, and have that access going in that way, but apparently not. But I'm just not positive of that.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Gordon.
I think when it comes down to the two options of what's the best solution to emergency access, I don't see sprinklers being the best option. I don't think it rises to the top two. You really narrow down to trying to see if there's some way to craft an access back to Chinden or this application. I was on council back when that first emergency access was approved from Chinden across the golf course, and it didn't frankly make much sense then, but didn't need to be constructed because you didn't have the homes necessary to hit the cap that would generate it. But it just frankly didn't make sense. And looking at the record, it's debatable at best if there was even an opportunity to ever restore that, especially without the Wagner's participation. So that option really does seem to be foreclosed. I see what was with this application, a 14-foot easement, a gravel surface easement that anybody could choose to walk a dog along now. If they wanted to, and it's now a little wider and it's improved. And if it can be done so with some cooperation between the applicant and the neighbor if there's some vegetation that's appealing to the neighbor, the applicant's willing to do so, I think that fosters some of the missing discussion and dialogue. The applicant brings up some great, the public's brought up some great points, I think, in what doesn't necessitate this application to go forward, but I don't think it negates the overall value and benefit of it. So I'm with all of that, I'm supportive of the application. I think it makes sense. And if there's an unsolved piece of it, I would want the applicant and the neighbor again to have that conversation and try and create a landscaping that the neighbor appreciates. And I think that's part of the hopefully good neighbor solution that the applicant and this homeowner can have. So it solves the emergency access problem in the most efficient and appropriate way in my eyes. So with all that, that's why I'm supportive of the application.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if we're going to do Councilmember Borton's suggestion about having this conversation, we probably don't want to close the hearing, and we would probably want to continue it so that that conversation can happen. Because otherwise they don't have anything to put into a development agreement at this point.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was actually going to suggest that if the intention is to have the applicant and the developer work together, the council maybe refrain from any additional comments so we don't give one side or the other the upper hand in any conversations. That's my 2 cents, but I guess it's your call on the conversation.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
From my perspective, the conversation would be appropriate because in my eyes, I'm supportive of the application. I think for that conversation to really be productive, I think both parties would need to know what this council's perspective is. If the council did not want to go forward with this type of access, then that's an academic waste of time. So if the council's supportive of the application and just wants to see how that landscaping cooperation can be solved, then certainly I think the recommendation to continue with it open makes sense to hear that feedback. But I think the applicant and I think all parties would need and deserve to hear where we all are leaning prior to having that conversation.
Well, I don't vote, but I'll share where my viewpoint is that the applicant has a way to continue to construct homes through another compliance method. I think that there's not a shortage of people who are looking to move to our community, and that would preclude the homes from being built. And the long-term and secondary access that through what was originally approved would be prudent as a way to address this. You know, that's my 2 cents on a non-voting member.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate some really thoughtful questions tonight, particularly Councilmember Hoagland. I really appreciate kind of your thought process around the discussion tonight. I think Planning and Zoning Commissioner said during the meeting, this is the most confusing or complicated sewer easement that's been before them. And it's definitely again, you guys hear me talk about how much I love local government. And this is one of those reasons why I really enjoyed kind of noodling through this. I sat down tonight really with kind of looking at this from a a sewer easement perspective. And I think that was the bulk of the conversation in planning and zoning. I think Councilmember Burnt and his conversations with Kyle got to me to a solid foundation that the question about where we sit today, will the city's infrastructure be able to be cared and maintained for as intended? And I think the answer is yes, regardless of whatever path we head down. And so it does really move to the discussion around emergency access. And the mayor is correct. There are mechanisms for the developer to be able to build these homes and provide a life safety feature for the residents. But Councilmember Hoagland and Deputy Chief did a good job of also reminding us it's not just about fire. There's some other emergency access too. I'm not completely sold in being in support of this request. I appreciate the opportunity for us to do again what makes local government so great and foster neighborly conversations between the applicant and the neighbors. I've heard the applicant is open to that. I heard at least a tepid response from the neighbors that they're open to that conversation, and think that if we have another opportunity to let that happen, frankly, this should have happened a long time ago. But if the door is open for that type of conversation to occur, I'm supportive of continuing for that very reason.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
where I'm coming from is the fact that the neighbors say there is the ability to have access off of Chinden. And Mr. Freeman has said, no, there is not. I have no reason to doubt either party in this case, but I have no evidence to make me feel comfortable making a decision one way or another. And it would be nice if both parties said, okay, no access, or yes, there is an opportunity. Don't know. And that's where I'm coming from, trying to, split this baby. If there is no access, okay, how do we get access? What does that look like? Are the neighbors involved? Can we reach a satisfactory conclusion? But for me, until that is answered, I don't want to force the neighbors to go to that, to make that choice at this time. Because if they're believing otherwise, okay, I have to take them at their word. And Mr. Freeman says, nope, there is no access. I'd like to really see that evidence, and I go through and I read the letters, and they're can be interpreted a little differently. What does that mean? How does that come across? What's the date of that? And maybe it's laid out there and I'm just not seeing it, but that's where I'm coming from. I'd rather have it continue, and the parties discuss if they can come to an agreement on what that looks like. What does the gates look like? They can live with the surfacing and not have an attractive nuisance, be satisfied that it doesn't impair their view. That would be great. But at the same time, I want to be satisfied that there is not that other option, because if they don't agree and that is the option, maybe that is the route we go and spare the neighbors all that. So that's how I view it.
Mr. Mayor. Ms. Pro can go first.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. I'm sitting here listening and thinking about how to best put my thoughts into words, and I think Mr. Hoagland just did it. I'm struggling with not seeing what for me is sufficient proof on either side to make what I feel comfortable, feel comfortable making a decision one way or the other. And I feel for the applicant, and that this was not their choice, that the original emergency access was removed because of the expansion of the intersection. But at the same time, I also would have really appreciated the applicant having had conversations with the homeowners prior to us getting to this point. I mean, there's been plenty of time for that to happen. So I would like to see that still come to be. Whether there's a true resolution that comes out of that or not, I think that's the fairest thing to the homeowners who are directly impacted by this. And even though it may not have been a requirement of this application process, I think it's the right thing to do. So that's where my thought is. I'm in favor of continuing. If nothing, we hear, I've heard how many applications in the last 4 years, and sometimes there is sort of an art to this, and sometimes you can make the decisions based purely on data, and every once in a while it's a gut thing. And so in this situation, since the information that's been presented is not entirely clear, I'm going to go with my gut, which said, let's see if we can get some more communication going, and see if there's any additional, resolution that can come, or at least moving closer to the middle of where we need to be.
Councilman Burnt.
No, I think we're all on the same page. Someone just needs to make a motion.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if our city clerk had some future dates that looked promising.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, I'm just looking at that. I'm not sure how much time you want. As of now, the January 12th, 19th, and 26th are all very light. Potential the 19th will fill up with things coming out of planning and zoning this week. Beyond that, we have nothing scheduled.
Mr. Mayor?
Where did that come from? Sorry. Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Foley, would the 26th be okay if we were to continue this application till then?
26th, continue to the 26th. Excuse me, just for a second. Yes, 26 is fine.
Thank you, Mr. Foley.
It's actually Mr. Freeman, but that's,
Excuse me, Freeman. Sorry.
it says, I don't have the right name on there, so it's my fault.
That was my fault. I know who you are. That's stupid of me to say that.
We can't go besmirching the good name of Howard Foley now.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, before that motion is made, is there something besides just continuing this, instructions that we'd like to see the parties get together to have a discussion about potential landscaping treatment? I'd like to give them some direction of expectation in this interim time, as well as my interest, and I think it's been expressed by others, is information pertaining to access from Chinden.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, I guess that may maybe be a request again, and I'm not quite sure for staff or how to proceed with that. I would be very interested for us to at least ask ITD for some insight about the history of that. To Councilmember Hoagland's point, we've heard two conflicting perceptions about if access could or could not work there, and to at least get some analysis if ITD is willing to provide it to us on that particular topic would also be helpful at that point in time.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Sonia.
if I may respond to Mr. Kavanagh's comment, I did send an email to ITD just a bit ago. There's one question in my mind, and maybe it's clear to the rest of you in that letter, but it wasn't clear to me. In regard to if there was an access provided solely on the Spurwing property via Chinden, if that would meet their if that would be allowed by ITD if they granted a cross-access easement to the Wagner parcel. So then they would still only have one shared access to the Chinden as they've specified in their letter. So Mr. Kavanagh, does that meet what you were wanting me to find out from ITD? Or do you have additional things you'd like me to find out?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
No, I think that at least moves the conversation forward enough for me to be satisfied. I don't want to speak for my fellow colleagues, But I think that that is Mr. Mayor, I guess in addition, we've never had this, but at least maybe an invitation to have ITD, a spokesperson from ITD at that meeting to provide some insight and maybe answer some questions should they pop up. I don't know how receptive they are to that, but at least maybe a potential request would be in order.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sure Sonia would love to get them here if they will speak to us.
I can
Mayor.
certainly make that request, Councilman Cavanagh, and also get the answer to my question on that. That's the only possible answer I see to access to Chinden if Mr. Wagner won't grant an easement.
Mr. Mayor, follow up to Sonia.
Councilman Hogan.
Sonia, I appreciate that. That's creative thinking and looking at that possibility. My only concern is Mr. Wagner has an access. He has a right to that access, and he might say, no, I want my access. So I guess the second question, can we have a second emergency access like there was prior, that was approved prior, with gates, however we do that, Opticon, knockbox, whatever, or emergency access only, without him giving up his right to his access? That's just because I think, you know, he may say, no, I don't want to have a cross-access agreement. I have an access and so be it. And he's well within his right to do that. So that's my only issue is if they say yes, only if he gives up his and he refuses, we're back to the same situation. So
Just to follow up on that, so I understand, going back, didn't this application have a right that ITD took away? So could ITD take away his right?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I could possibly answer that question. So ITT has had a policy that I believe is still in place that allows at least one deeded access that's already there. So that's what Mr. Wagner had. I don't know what the rationale on removing that. Ironically, that service road drive that was there was the connecting point to the city when we annexed this property. That was the only place that touched the city. It made it contiguous. So I don't know why they removed it, but I know that they certainly have the ability to do that since there's alternate access. But I know they have a policy, as Mr. Hoagland stated, that I believe Mr. Wagner has a right to his access, and he doesn't have to grant or allow his access to be a cross access to the other property. So I do think the question really to ITD is, can there be a single point access emergency only there that previously existed?
I guess my question is, was the other access not a right? That was removed. That's where I was really
That one
going.
I don't know.
I mean, if ITD can remove one access, if it had a right, I assume they could move another access that has a right and give it to somebody else to have that right.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I can think of is that was an emergency access and it didn't landlock the parcel.
Yeah. Just curious. Council, do you feel like you've given enough direction for a motion? Councilman Hogan.
With all those questions and explanations and whatnot, I hope the applicant and the homeowners can get together and have a discussion and reach some conclusions about some facts, which would be helpful to us. If not, we'll have to decide somehow. But appreciate Sonia asking questions of ITD and getting as much information as she's heard here tonight about the questions we have that she can muster from them. And with those general directions, I move we continue the public hearing for Spurwing Sewer Easement Annexation H 2020-0087 to January 26th.
Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the public hearing is continued. Thank you all. And look forward to hopefully finding a way forward. With that, we'll move on to item 5, under action items for ordinances, ordinance number 20-1907. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance related to H 2020-0022 Modern Craftsman for rezone of a parcel of land of a portion of lots 1 and 2 of Puma subdivision as filed in Book 71 of Plats at page 7263 through 7264, records of Ada County, Idaho, and a portion of the southwest 1/4 of the southwest 1/4 of Section 22, Township 4 North, Range 1 West, Boise, Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, establishing and determining the land use zoning classification of 23.62 acres of land by reducing the CC Community Business Zoning District from approximately 8 acres to 4.23 and increasing the R15 Medium Density Residential Zoning District from approximately 15.1 to 19.39 acres. Providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing for a summary of the ordinance and providing for a waiver of the reading rules and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this item read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
I move that we approve ordinance number 201907 for file H 20200022 with the suspension of rules.
Or second it.
I have a
What is that
motion and a
noise?
second to approve this item under suspension of the rules. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Anything under future meeting topics? Item number 6 was taken off the agenda, so it does not exist. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burke.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
Motion and second to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Crew.
Have a nice evening. Merry Christmas, Joe.